Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
It's finally endurance season for V8SCOPS in 2025. It begins here at Phillip Island for the Phillip Island 500. 500 kilometers of supercars, endurance, co-driver racing ahead of us. Promises to deliver strategy, action, wheel-to-wheel racing at one of Australia's most picturesque racetracks on Phillip Island beside the ocean, above the cliffs here in Victoria. To bring you live coverage here on SimSpeed TV of all of the action today, it's David Haynes with Dean Hunt, Daniel Yeaman in the production. Well, it is an awesome high-speed track with great views, and we are so lucky, Dean, to have 500 Ks of racing ahead of us.
Yeah, Dave, I'm licking my lips just thinking about all the action we're going to have today. Phillip Island is personally one of my favourite tracks in real life and on the sim. But I think it provides such a unique experience in terms of an enduro. Lots of things to consider with the DEG, fuel saving, drafting. Not a whole heap of overtaking opportunities, but that's what makes it more interesting over such a long race. You've really got to be calculated with what you're doing.
This is the racetrack, waving at all of our friends down in Tasmania and the Penguins with a view of Bass Strait and the Southern Ocean right above the cliffs here at Phillip Island to the east of the Penguin Sanctuary. High speeds in the Gardner Strait as you come off turn 12 with so much speed into a fully committed turn 1 Doohan corner in these cars. The southern loop is long over the crest of the hill. Marbles and dirt, dust, debris will build up on the outside there, and it may become a one-line corner throughout the race. Stoner corner, turn 3, a massive challenging sweep to position yourself for the big braking zone, the biggest stop of the race at turn 4 Miller corner. A chance where races can go awry, but also some great moves can be made. And then into Siberia, also a long corner. The Hayshed 7 and 8 challenge you to keep your car positioned to balance the throttle and get your car again then positioned for Lukey Heights over the crest of the hill at 9, diving down to a big stop at MG, where you want to be on the inside line to hook the little bit of camber that'll position you well for 11 and 12 to start it all again. The pit lane here, 72 Ks an hour, so you can actually get in through and out relatively quickly compared to the Bend or Mount Panorama. 4.4 kilometers is going to give us 113 laps of racing for our 500k race to come. Before we go racing, qualifying in 2 groups is currently underway and out on track. This is the format ahead of us.
Starting off, splitting the groups up into pre-qual, so the top half essentially will be qualifying with a better track condition after all the rubber's been laid down. So positions 21 to 45 taking to the track first for 15 minutes and then 1 through 20 for their own 15-minute session. Of course, you're already in a good spot, I think, if you're up in that top 20, but yeah, essentially you've earned yourself a bit of a reward with some slightly improved track conditions, a bit more rubber laid down, so that they'll be reaping the rewards there.
Absolutely. We'll go trackside shortly and take a look at the weather as well. It's very low humidity, very low breeze, but you've got 31 degrees Celsius track temperature, 20 degrees in the air, the sun currently beating down, and as we often and always see from these qualifying sessions in these cars, it's one lap and then those tyres are done. You're making your in lap, you're getting into pit lane, you're putting a new set of tyres on, and then your out lap, you're thinking, do I push on hard or do I tippy toe? And then it's full commitment into a flying lap. So first qualifying group is out right now, and the top of the times is Emily Jones in the 098. We've got co-drivers. We've got a couple of retro liveries out there as well. It's all set up for a great race to kick off Enduro season.
Yeah, brilliant day, not a cloud in the sky, really, down here in Phillip Island. But, some people might be looking forward to a little bit of rain, but that's not on the cards today. So it'll just be pretty much a straight out who's the best at managing everything, tyres, pace, fuel, and obviously qualifying now. Track's not crazy hot, but like you said, the deg in these cars is so high that really you only get one flying lap, and then you're probably not at your full pace anymore. So it's just managing the traffic and making sure you can get out and get a clean lap. Little tricky area here coming down through MG and then into the last couple of corners as we're looking at Emily Jones now. Really hard to find the line on this final corner to give yourself the best sort of run onto the main straight, but really the lap starts on the exit of that MG corner because you're on the limit essentially that whole way around, but the limit is so hard to tow, I think. Obviously we've got some of the best drivers in the country here tonight, but it's still going to be a challenge. The lap starts so far back, it's really make or break. Plus, whether you've got to look at are you going to try and get a tow from the car in front or not is a whole other question. It's a bit of a risk versus reward sort of strategy. Are you going to get held up by the car in front by trying to get the tow, or are you going to get a good tow and then keep that gap? So lots of things to consider. This field is always so tight, so that every little margin you can get is going to try and give you that little extra, maybe 10th or even 100th of a second to bump you up a place or two, which would be obviously ideal.
We're looking at sector times here on board with Emily Jones, currently provisional pole. The sector on the lap that put Emily Jones provisional pole is 29.303. You can see that this lap has gone to 29.338, so just a couple hundredths of a second missing through the first sector, about a 10th missing through the middle sector, which is the braking zone from Miller and towards the hay sheds. But it's a long final sector here over Lukey Heights through MG, two final corners where you're just carefully with the throttle picking up speed to try to carry as much speed as possible onto the start-finish straight. And that's Emily Jones is saying no to this lap. She can see what we can see, that it's just 1 or 2 tenths down, not looking to improve through that final corner. But the timing line is about halfway down the straight, so it's not immediately out of the final corner. You can carry a lot of speed to that start-finish line, which is about equal with where the pit exit is. Brian Borg is currently 5th. Now he's not. He's 2nd. He's crossed the line and jumped up. Also seeing Chris Cox head on some improved sectors as well. There is still time to be found out there, but for this group of drivers from this qualifying group, time is soon to run out for them. They'll get their checkered flag in not too long, and then we'll go towards what might be a more fearsome group of drivers.
Yeah, I think they've got about 10 minutes left, this group, and then 5, apologies. I'm just guessing, basically. Obviously, yeah, like I said before, this grid is stacked with some major talent. And looking at the bottom, quote unquote, half of the field, I'm just having a look, and there's so many talented drivers in here. So I don't think the pre-quali margins, I was having a look, they're so tight. So if you're looking at this like, the bottom half or the slow half, it's definitely not the case. There are some very fierce drivers out here, but of course the next batch are slightly more fierce. Just seeing Russell Pepperell on his flyer at the moment with Kurt Stenberg trying to stay out of his way. Just finished his flying lap, with 32.
And this tight, compressed qualifying session, you often see drivers look like they're on a flying lap when really they're just trying to race around back to the pit lane. They don't need to preserve the tyres after their flying lap. Brownlee is going to dirty those tyres up, drag a bit of grass back onto the racing line.
Ooh.
Easy Cam Waters at the S's.
Bit of speedway action there, and he's still sliding it. Yeah, you got to be careful as well with the new iRacing. Well, it's not so new now, but obviously iRacing bring in the debris as well. He's just dumped a bunch of dirt on the road there, which might not be too much of an effect, but it's definitely something to be mindful of. These cars can be quite prone to lockups and compression lockups as well. So downshifting over some debris could really unsettle the car sometimes. So that's something really to watch out for. Phillip Island is pretty well known for coming off and coming back on without hitting the fence, because there's quite a lot of open space there. So that's something you probably, not so much in quali, but during the race, I'd say there's going to be a lot of that to watch out for. And offline as well, you get very dirty as the race goes on, with a lot of marbles and dust on the side as well.
So not a lot of drivers improving, but with 3 minutes 20 seconds left, there's quite a few that are positioning themselves to begin flying runs. William Sapstead, good middle sector, matches the provisional pole time. First sector was missing about a tenth, but a tenth of a second of improvement would jump William Sapstead from fourth to second. Emily Jones has 3/10 on the field, but then it's so close between Borg, Brown, Sapstead, who has call time on that one. I think with minute 31 lap times, you can get around here, though, for a couple of laps in this time. So Emily Jones has just started a new flying lap. Brown's on one. Scott Gamble's going to line up for one soon. And here's Thomas Hinds down in the 19th spot at the moment. He's going to begin a flying lap. Looking at the time left on the clock, you think this is going to be it. So to start high up the field for the 500-kilometre race, Thomas Hinds is going to look for improvement. You get up to 270 kilometres an hour down the front straight, then you've got to back it down to about 200 through turn one. And again, you're then thinking about positioning yourself into the southern loop. Such a long corner. Right-hand side tyres take a beating around Phillip Island. Not too many turns, and they are fast, long, and mostly left-handers. Again, at turn three, for the big braking zone, all of the downshift from 6th down to 2nd at Miller Corner. 29.5 is the first sector, and that is no improvement. That's about half a tenth shy of what Thomas Hinds has previously done for the team's Jinx Shifters, 209.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot. I think most of the circuit and those left tyres, those right-hand tyres do take a beating. This is probably the most treacherous looking corner on the circuit. Lukey Heights coming into MG. You've got a massive uphill section coming into a reasonably heavy braking zone down a very steep hill, and I think the cameras don't often do it justice.
If he bails out of this one, which he might, he won't, he'd be able to get in the pits, get out for one more flying lap. Or if there was 2 minutes left, but now he can't. I think this lap is not looking like much of an improvement for Thomas Hinds. Dropping time in the first sector, dropping time in the middle sector, but in the final sector, I think he gets it together. So it does jump up to 14th. Very, very close in the midfield.
Yes, it's super tight. Looks like it's between first and last at the moment is 1.5 seconds. But if you're looking at a bit more of a closer scope, the first car with Jones and Siberus are pretty well ahead. I think their pre-qualifying might not have been as ideal as what their normal pace is. But looking from there onwards, there's so many cars within 1 or 2 tenths of each other. Such fantastic competitiveness to see. And Ryan Jones now might be on his in-lap. A few of these guys potentially looking at their last flying lap to mark point 32.4.
10 seconds away from the checkered flag flying on the first group of qualifying for the V8SCOPS. Phillip Island 500 in 2025 becomes the checkered flag. So everyone who's on a lap right now looks like they're going to get a chance to finish it. And there's a few that have positioned themselves very deliberately for that. So Ryan Mueller's just completed a lap that took him to 5th, but William Brown in the 96 just begun a lap. William Sapstead's on a good one in the 81 at the moment. could be interesting for the car currently in 4th and heading straight to the timing line. And yeah, he'll move himself from 4th up to 2nd. Really great run planning, positioning to have all of that clean air for the final lap right at the end of the session.
Yeah, he's done very well there. Great planning and fantastic livery. Got the old Kmart style livery on there. Looking very, very nice.
Look at
like
the sectors. They're awesome.
Very, very nice. Matthew Pluck potentially finishing his last attempt at a flying lap here. As we come down to the main straight, he's not aborting it, so a little bit of slip angle into the final corner, but he's keeping it pinned all the way to the curbing on the right-hand side there, and he'll hold that right-hand line to give him the most advantage possible, and has that improved him? I don't think so.
Answer
It
was
his
a
fastest.
PB lap, but the car remains in 21st position. Kurt Stenberg with a PB lap. Notice a little bit of a clouds come across right at the end of qualifying here. No measurable change to track temperature, but if you were banking on a bit of a cloud to come across, could have helped you. Harold Stadler, Orbit Drop Bear Mercury, is 20th. We had 25 cars out on track in that group. We're about to get the fastest 20 for Group 2. And Emily Jones, Trans-Tasman Racing 098, 3/10 clear of what's otherwise an incredibly close field with Rapid Theft Racing. Racecraft Simulation, Brian Borg and Jason Bentz, hot off the heels of winning the official iRacing Bathurst 1000 last night, which finished about 12 hours ago. And the team are right back on the horse for another big dose of supercars endurance racing. Quick look at where they stand provisionally with that first group of cars done.
Yeah, Emily Jones currently on provisional pole with a 31.77. Very tidy lap time for her, and really a testament to the gap. Like I said before, maybe their team didn't quite do what they wanted in pre-qual, but have made up a few tenths in the race quali with Sapstead just behind. Saw that late improvement, only 3/10 behind. Brian Borg, 1/100th of a second behind in the racecraft simulations car. Will Brown, different Will Brown, not the main game one, 3.5 tenths behind. Stenberg, Mueller, Coxhead, all very close as well. Gamble, Ryan Jones, and Ken Latta rounding out the provisional top 10.
For the sake of iRacing, that's William Brown 28 in the 96 car. I'm David Haynes on iRacing, and David Haynes too. I sent him a friend request. He didn't accept it. Was it too much of a power move? Don't know. Michael Angus for Fishy Motorsport 11th on performance. Ryan Bettis 12th. Orbit Drop Bear Mars there in 13th. HJR Team Jinx Shifters. Thomas Hins got himself up to 14th. Frogleap Juice with Rob Crisdale. Project 36 there 16th. Kiwi Sim Racing, Speed Nation, Fishy Motorsports, number 027, Michael Whiting. The big fish himself. Evolution Racing Teams, Brenton O'Brien. Orbit Drop Bear Mercury. Don't want any mercury in your fish. Something to think about. 20th place there, and then 5 more was Uptune, Kiwi Sim Racing, Speed Project C2, Rapid Theft Racing 73, and Rapid Theft Racing 84. Tail end of the qualifying, but they got some of the best looking cars, so let's keep an eye out for them. And only just 1 second away, so it's always so close at this level of competition at a track like this and in these cars. The safety car, medical car's been around the track. We're just a couple seconds away from opening that pit exit and sending what should be our fastest teams out for a quick 15-minute qualifying session, setting the grid for endurance season to begin for 500 kilometers of co-driver endurance action in some of the best racing cars in Australia at one of the greatest racing tracks anywhere in the world, Phillip Island. 3 seconds to green flag, pit exit open. They are going to roar into life.
Yeah, and this is like we were talking about before. Where do you position your car? What are you going to do as you come out of the pit lane? Everyone's going to be leaving at once. Do we start seeing some mind games and sportsmanship playing out, where we might see a few drivers sort of waiting towards the end of the lap keeping their tyres cool enough but warm enough.
It's funny because
ready for the run.
with what the words mean, gamesmanship and sportsmanship should mean the same thing, but I assure you they don't.
No, and that's the word I was trying to think of, but I couldn't. It was on the tip of my tongue. The gamesmanship is what to watch out for, but at the moment everyone's being quite well behaved. There's a bit of a gap there between the last of this train, but Zach Ratway White. Oh my God, Zach Ratway White.
Zach Dunrack White.
Why is that so hard to say?
Someone said Ratteray yesterday, and I was like, I'm not sure that's quite it either. For ZRW.
If he's the only Zach, I'll just say Zach, or maybe ZRW, but represented the country in the past in the GT3s for that sort of international cup that happened not too long ago. That one?
Sports Cup.
Yep, couldn't think of the name of it.
Champions Australian couldn't get it done. Broke my heart. Actually made me sad.
Yeah, but what a fantastic opportunity for him to represent the country. And I've seen a lot of him in a GT3, and he does quite well. But
get a look at Brady Myers in the car park as Jacob O'Reilly's about to start a flying lap. This is not sportsmanship that Dean Hunt thought we were going to see. They're all jockeying fiercely for position. It's by about here in the final corner that you've got to be moving because it's such a fast final corner. You can't be hanging around, not maximising your speed onto the Gardner Straight. And I think a couple of them are a little bit too close together. It's green sectors everywhere through the field. And I'm looking for any purples, which I don't see yet. A weather check as we begin Group 2 of qualifying. Track temp is up slightly to 34 degrees Celsius, but it is a mostly cloudy day. A chance that some of those clouds come across with a wind speed on the ground of 6 to 7 kilometers an hour. Usually means the clouds are probably moving 20 to 30 k's an hour up there. And it is a purple sector from Madison down that's quickly taken by Brady Myers. This group already going quicker than the first set of drivers and by a couple of tenths. Here's a look at Phoenix Racing Team HRS. Madison down in the Mustang through Siberia. Very straight exit to pick up speed, lay down all of that horsepower. Heading into the hay sheds. Got a couple of car lengths to the next car in front. About to see what the middle sector looks like for him. Provisional polls middle sector was a 27.2. His is a 27.3. So the first sector really hot. Middle sector losing just a little bit. But you want to get that bank lap in. There will be time for more laps.
Yeah, plenty of time to improve. I think, as a driver, you want to settle the nerves a little bit, get that banker in so you're not too worried about it. Mind you, Madison Downs' banker lap is probably better than most on a push lap in terms of the greater sim racing community. He's obviously partnered up with Rowan Leonard, who's a very young driver as well. I'm keen to see how they perform in the race up into provisional P2, only just behind the Trans-Tanzam Racing teammate of Emily Jones's lap, only half a tenth behind. So, and that's on a seemingly a banker lap. So, very fast pace from him already.
Stands that Emily Jones put in a pretty good lap in that first group because immediately there are 11 cars that have slotted in between Emily Jones' time and William Sapstead, who was second in that first group. So Brady Myers into second, Madison Downs' time put into third, and Wayne Burke went to fourth. Quentin Hobson, has he phased his tyres a little bit differently? PB in the first sector of the second lap. He was the car that was just in front of Madison Down. Middle sector, no, dropped away. He just might have had a good toe on this in lap. That's not it, is it? This isn't a competitive lap. He's having fun going down an MG. Bit of rear locking, bit of speedway. See lots of kids on rental scooters doing that move. Nearly hit one.
Have a look at the pit lane entry as well. It's so narrow. So something to look out for during the race. Of course, as far as I'm aware, there is a no escape rule in qualifying as well. So if you get that wrong, you might be a bit of strife even in qualifying. But seeing everyone sort of finishing their first lap, coming in, get a fresh pair of boots on, and go back again to try and improve. And it's a very busy pit lane with one car still out on the circuit, which I think was Jacob O'Reilly. No, I think I'm wrong there.
Orbit Drop Air Mercury. Harold Stadler is out there. Shouldn't be. Question mark? Okay, well that is beyond the safe levels of mercury.
Might be expecting a penalty for him being in the wrong session, but here we go again out of the pit lane. Of course, here at Phillip Island, the longer pit lane you can see to the right of your screen is for the motorbikes, and the earlier exit being for the cars. Obviously, Phillip Island, very well-renowned MotoGP circuit. Fortunately, we haven't seen supercars here in real life for quite a while, but yeah, it's very close and very hidden, so you've got to be really aware. If you're on a flyer and someone's coming out of the pit lane, you really got to be aware of that, as probably more so in the race and quali, but definitely something to take note of.
So I think Richard Hampstead in the 280 might be one of the first cars that we see come around for another flying lap here. Brenton Hobson also actually getting through the lane pretty quickly, but here's Hampstead. MG, he's clearly backing it up on this outlap. You don't want to put too much energy into your tyres. Turn 1 and Turn 2 will do that for you at the beginning of your lap. Currently, provisionally 10th on the grid on what's a surprisingly bare Trans-Tasman Racing Mustang. He'll fly out of Turn 12, and once you get to full throttle, you're at full commitment to go leaping into a new qualifying lap. Some driver's position that might actually get a tow behind him. I'd have thought the dirty air would have been less preferable, but once you've got your banker in, maybe you are looking for a tow. Into Turn 1 we go. Speed drops down significantly from the peak speed to 282 k's an hour into the sort of high 190s, and then through Southern Loop looking for a double apex, taking a really late second apex, because the straighter you can drive these lock differential cars off the corner, the more you can use your right foot, the earlier you can get to full throttle and get moving down the straight. 29.320 in the first sector is a personal best. Hampstead, with a lot of clear track in front of him, is looking for an improvement towards Siberia. Trailing the break in for rotation. Again, looking for a late apex. Straight traction out of the corner. Won't be too long before we see the second sector time and know how Hampstead's going on this lap. And it's again another personal best. Behind him on the track, Madison Down has the purple first sector. So we are going to see the times tumble when this bracket of drivers come around to complete these flying laps once again.
Yeah, some improvement all around the board. Once they've got that banker lap out of the way, they're really pushing now. Coming back to these final corners, as you said, it's a pretty long run down to the main straight again. So arguably, it's more important on your flying lap to get a better exit than it is on your out lap. But one of the cars are going a little bit wide there, but the track limits are somewhat lenient. But you will lose a fair bit of time putting a couple of wheels in the dirt. Rattray White improved up to P2. Provisionally. And
so did your pronunciation.
Yes, it did. It did.
How good
I was practicing for a while. Oh, and Anderson's just gone to the top with Jake Burton. So
purple middle sector, purple final sector. I think he's phased those tyres really well and maybe found himself that clean air through the twistier parts of the lap. Well, Madison Down had the purple first sector. He lost a 10th in the middle sector to Anderson, and he lost a 10th in the final sector to Anderson. So all of the magic happening in the final half of the lap there for Anderson to shoot up to provisional pole ahead of Madison Down. Emily Jones' time still stands as the second row, now joined by Zach Rattray White there.
Yes, she'll of course have the inside if things stay this way. Definitely preferred starting position at this circuit. But yeah, definitely Zach's going to be looking to improve that. He's right in behind a car at the moment, probably on his in lap. Get some fresh boots on and go at it again. I think they'll have time for one more lap each, or one more flyer anyway. But this is where it's important. You still got to keep your pace up, get in the pit lane as quick as possible, so you can make sure you give yourself a better chance at having another go at it.
One of the first drivers that will come around to have another crack will actually be Brody Kostecki, and in this case it is that Brody Kostecki, because there was someone who locked up and went off track on the flying lap he was just on. He boarded, has come through the lane, is now on the out lap while everyone else is on their in lap. Race winner in V8SCOPS at least twice so far this year. I don't know if he's done anything else this year. I do.
Not much.
But he's driving with Jared Philsell, so that's going to be a strong combination come race time shortly. Qualifying has, as you can see, 4.5 minutes left, a 10-minute warm-up session. The drivers can go away from their cars, load their race setups on potentially, and then get ready for 500 kilometers of racing that'll kickstart V8SCOPS endurance season, looking towards the Bathurst 1000 as well. This is to shake off the rust of co-driver racing and co-driver format, and to give us just a little bit of a form guide before we go to V8SCOPS. Great race. James Chastanoff, we got a text on the SimSpeed request line. A listener in YouTube wanted to see James Chastanoff. I'm practicing for Triple J.
Did you get a job there?
No, but maybe you're
Getting ready.
Joining us for the V8SCOPS Hot 45 countdown as we set the grid for the Phillip Island 500.
Certainly is hot. And speaking of hot, that is a very cool livery. I like the way that the zip sort of undoes at the front and showing off some of the sponsors.
Yeah, it's the Banter Alliance on the left side, and the right side is Phase 4. So that gives us a Phase BAR, which is very fitting for a zip livery.
It's very cool, very creative. I'm not sure if this is a new idea for them or not, but oh man, you see a lot of creativity in the sim world with these liveries, and some people do such a fantastic job.
Big race, big occasion. Oh, a bit of a balk for, where have I seen? Jordan Mazzaroli's on a flying lap, and he has just been blocked heading over Lukey Heights. I've seen that in MotoGP qualifying here. James Chastanoff, where's he on this? So Mazzaroli in the 152 has just had that drama. And Chastanoff in 15th has just begun a flying lap. Brody Kostecki's 3/4 of the way around a flying lap. He's gone personal best in the middle sector. 35 seconds back on Mazzaroli ought to do it. Nah, so that's heading down in MG. It was into Lukey Heights. So you've got cars preparing to start a flying lap in front. 3 of them. Mazzaroli's on a flying lap through Lukey Heights. That is looking a bit block, isn't it?
Yep, that's definitely going to be a penalty coming. Not what you want, as of course the traffic jam right in front of you while you're in your flying lap in a section like that. Mike Telangic probably just didn't quite get that one right, but you know, it's pretty hard to have eyes everywhere while you're on your out lap, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Definitely we're seeing a penalty there, I would say.
Now you can flash the headlights in these cars on iRacing, but you can't actually just turn the headlights on. Maybe something to think about. Got a couple of cars that are completing flying laps right now. Zach Rattray White, purple in the final sector, will jump himself ahead of Emily Jones and onto 3rd position in the 2nd row of the grid. 2nd position.
Simultaneous jumpings.
Yeah, for Zach Rattray White. Josh Anderson remains up top.
So Zach.
Track temps come down to the 32 Celsius from 34.
Zach's sector on his last lap, the final sector was purple, but he's just been pipped. I think, perhaps. No, maybe not.
Yeah, Downs just pipped him with a 131.690. That lap just completed by Madison Down, co-driving with Rayhan Leonage. They're looking to start on the front row of the grid, and 30 seconds from the checkered flag flying. If you're not just about to begin a flying lap or on a flying lap, then it might be time up and it might be game over. Josh Anderson, not improving, just completes a lap. So that's probably qualifying done for the number 36 car. They're up top for the moment, and it's just eyes on, can anyone else dethrone them?
Yeah, I haven't seen any green sectors yet, but I mean, yeah, if you're only just crossing a line now for your final lap, then you're still good. But of course, now if you haven't, that's GG, game over until the race.
No one's on a flying lap. Everyone's on an in lap. There is nobody on the 2nd lap since a pit stop, which would be your best phased tyres for a flying lap. There we go. Look at Sean Colangelo. It's always a bit of a trip to see people in significantly different cars than we've seen them earlier in the season based on who's paired up with who. So Sean Colangelo, at least based on livery, hops in Lachlan Capel's car. Darren Lobb. Have you been to Johannesburg, man?
What are you talking about, mate?
Oh, Springboks, best team I've ever seen in my whole life.
That's actually a very good accent.
It's not going to get me on Triple J, though. Everyone's done with qualifying. There's a minute till the end of the session, but we can look at what the grid is going to be when the V8SCOPS Phillip Island 500 kicks off in just a couple of minutes' time. Standing start, facing the water, facing a committed turn one here at Phillip Island is going to have Josh Anderson and the number 36 on pole position. But of course, I don't think it necessarily has to be Josh Anderson who starts the number 36. We unfortunately don't have the graphic to throw up both drivers on this qualifying that I'm aware of, because it could be Jake Burton in that pole sitting car. That's a mean combination. And for the Phoenix Racing team that have qualified second, either of Madison Down or Rehan Leonage would be a great driver to have in for the start of the race. Second row will have Eclipse Sim Sports and Trans-Tasman Racing. Trans-Tasman Racing 29 and Synergy Sim Racing on the third row. Adam Briggs, Brenton Hobson, more Synergy Sim Racing on row 4, and row 5 has Vermilion and Fury. I think when we actually get to cars on the grid, we'll recap this grid once again, but we'll run through it here just to whet the appetite, Dean.
Yeah, and you can see already a few of the drivers switching over who's having a warm-up. But something to consider, I think, coming into the race is, who do you start? So obviously up the top end of the grid, we're seeing a lot of power couples, if you will, where both drivers are equally strong, maybe a slight advantage towards one. But I think if you're at the front of the grid, you probably want to look at starting your main driver. But if you're going to be in traffic for a while, maybe you look at considering a start for your Coe. Get the laps in. I think they need to do 38 laps as a co-driver. So they'll try and get a good chunk of that done maybe at the start of the race when they're all packed in tightly. I believe as well that the laps, or the stints, are going to be about 29 laps for the race, barring any saving. So really your co-drivers can be doing a stint and a bit to meet their minimum. So do you do a full double stint? Do you take advantage of safety cars? It's all something that's going to have to be sort of considered on the fly, but I'm sure most of them have a plan already.
Of course, we've got that 80% fuel tank restriction. It's just going to tighten up the strategy a little bit, bring those stints a tiny bit shorter to underneath 1 hour. Looking at the grid then, Jake Burton on the pole, Madison Down second, close margins right there. Row 2, beautiful throwback endurance livery for Eclipse Sim Sports number 17 starting from third. Trans-Tasman Racing 098 starting from fourth. On row number 3 is Trans-Tasman Racing 29 and Synergy Sim Racing 143 in 6th. Synergy Sim Racing continues with the 072 in 7th place and the 88 in 8th. Triple eights in an endurance race with a limited fuel tank size. Let's see what happens there. 890 for Vermilion Fury is in 9th. The Lobs esports car of Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki will start 10th for the 500. Trans-Tasman Racing in 11th and Orbit Drop Bear Neptune in 12th. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter 13th. Phase BAR 14th on the grid. Vermilion Fury 222 in 15th place. And the Kmart throwback livery for Rapid Theft Esports is going to start from 16th. 17th, Jason Bentz, Brian Borg, Racecraft Simulations, Ford Mustang. Rain Campbell in the Vermilion Fury 34 will begin from 18th. There's Phoenix Racing Team in 19th. The top 20 completed by Synergy Sim Racing's 777.
Starting out the second half of our grid, we've got Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics, 21st, another Trans-Tasman Racing back in 22nd, featuring Andre Hartgartner, another main game supercars driver. Pacific Esports Racing taking out 23rd with another nice throwback livery, and the Bomb Squad, the South African Mobile, back in 24th, 6/10 off in quali. HJR Team Jinx Shifters, another combo team, up in 25th. Next to them is another Evolution Sim Racing in the 543 machine, sitting in 26th place. '27th as the 11 car Circulators Inc. by DPR, and alongside them is another Fishy Motorsports entry, and the 28th position in the 269 car. Project 36's 152 machine in 29th, and the Fishy Motorsports Penrite livery 205 machine rounding out the top 30. That's another nice livery. The OPR 113 in 31st. Drop Bear Mars 7.8 tenths off the pace in 32nd. HJR Jinx Shifters 209 in 33rd alongside Frogleet Juice Racing, Rob Crisdale and Mark Poynton 8 tenths off the pace in 34th. Starting to get right to the back of the grid here, and another Project 36 in the 18 car, 35th on the grid with the Kiwi Sim Racing 750 next door in 36th place. Fishy Motorsports again in the 027 machine, 37th place alongside is Ocean in the Evolution Racing Team 35 machine, taking out 38th place. A very big grid tonight. Evolution Racing Team in the 451 alongside Orbit Drop Bear Mercury in the 39, rounding out the top 40. Uptune 999 car, no livery uploaded for them really, and Kiwi Sim Racing 51, rounding out the top 42. And it just keeps going. There's still more. The 910 Project C2 car, 43rd, and the 73 Rapid Theft Racing back in 44th. A nice old school shell livery. And to round out the grid, the 84 Rapid Theft Esports, another beautiful throwback Castrol livery, taking out the final position on the grid in 45th place.
Our pole sitters join us as we're 3 minutes away from going to grid. Jake Burton, Josh Anderson, what are we looking forward to? What should we keep an eye out for with 500 Ks of endurance racing ahead of us?
Yeah, David, it's going to be a pretty exciting race. I'll give Jake the keys at the start, and we'll just try and circulate and basically try and stay alive keep on plodding throughout the race, and as it's cliche, but try and be there in the last stint and see if we can fight there. Like, these 500k races, they are long, but even like you saw a couple of weeks ago at Taylor and Bend, like, they go pretty quick. So any mishaps can cost you pretty dearly. Unlike, say, Bathurst, you've got all day. But I'm certainly looking forward to it.
With two gun drivers sharing the one car, it is a throwback to supercars in the 2000s. So what's the division of duties here, Jake, and how important do you think that poll was?
It's certainly helpful. I think for me, my issue at the moment's pace. I just probably haven't put enough time into the car this year, which is makes me a decent co-driver, but probably not quite good enough to be leading a car, not a race-winning car anyway this year. So Josh and I are going to team up for the Enduros, but I think, you know, he's been plenty capable of putting cars on pole this year, and I think he's done that tonight. I think there are some other really awesome combos out there, like looking at, Brady and Maloney is one, Brody and Jared is another, and I actually think they've probably qualified a little bit out of position. I think they're quite a quick car that will have to race, but for me, really, if I can keep the car in the top 3 or 5 spots and give it back to Josh, within a few seconds of the lead, then it's really up to him. That's the co-driver's role. So, excited for it.
Awesome. We're not far away from getting underway, so excited to see how this one plays out. Any final words for all of the viewers before V8SCOPS endurance season kicks off? Yeah,
well, I'm a massive Penrith Panthers fan, so I was considering pre-qualifying in the second group, so driving slow and pre-qualifying on purpose, so I could watch the start of the game. My ego didn't allow me to do that, which is pretty funny. But I am currently watching the game right now, and I'm basically giving the keys to Jake till the game finishes. So hopefully there's no golden point, because we might have a drama. Hopefully Penrith flog them, and we'll see what happens. But it's so it should be fun trying to do both.
Josh Anderson, true Western Sydney boy right there. And
absolutely, mate.
On the pole, best of luck to the both of you.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Have a good one.
Thank you.
We go, our pole sitters for the 500 coming by to have a chat. And they're not far away from getting to grid. A reminder, when we get to that grid, Dean, this is how it's all going to play out. This is the rules of the game.
Yeah, so 500 Ks, well, you got it. I think it works out to be 112 and a half laps, so round it up to 113. So it's a very
We're generous
long
like
race.
that. Not going to shortchange you 2 kilometres.
Yeah, we want to get our money's worth. So very long race, and it will really test some endurance, pardon the pun. But that's what we're here for. 80% fuel tank restriction, so they're not carrying a full load of fuel on board, though it will still be quite a heavy car at the start of the stint. So you've really got to look after those tyres, make sure you're not sliding around too much, so look after yourself towards the end of the stint. Obviously, there's no compulsory pit stops, but you're going to need to stop for fuel, and you'll get a free tyre change while you do that. And all drivers have to complete 38 laps. So essentially, each driver needs to complete 1.5 stints if we're looking at it in that lens. So it should be an interesting way to sort of split the field and who's going to change drivers when. Look out for safety cars shaking things up. Got a couple minutes now before we are going to go green, so plenty of time for the drivers to relax, get in a zen or a flow state, close your eyes and imagine yourself not getting punted at turn 1.
So for these cars, even with an 80% fuel tank size, that's still 106 litres. The default tank size is 133 litres in these cars. I crunched the numbers the other day. Apparently, a bathtub is 300 litres. The fuel cell in these is 133, except it's not today because we've cut it just that 20% short. Still a big tank. And they are on the grid. Jake Burton, of course, as we heard, is going to be starting this one. Josh Anderson is going to be watching some men throw balls backwards and sideways. That's also one of Darren Lobb's hobbies. So we'll see how this all goes. Standing start for a big grid of 45 cars means the tail of the field are a long, long way from where your pole sitter is. They're up the hill. They're almost around the bend.
Yes, it's a tricky spot to start all the way back there. And one small, very small difference, as you can see from this shot, is there is some elevation change on the front straight. So some cars will be starting downhill, some cars will be starting uphill. Obviously, you need to be using your line locker, as there are no assists in V8SCOPS as far as I'm aware. You'll need to actually use your line locker and get a proper launch done, as they do in real life, which that's going to be tricky for everyone, I think, but you got to look out for, your uphill, your downhill, how's the wheels going to act because of that. Where's the weight of the car going to be as you're launching? It's going to be slightly different for those who are uphill versus downhill. Jamie Scott there in the old school Vodafone livery. That is a very nice one. Took me a while to click on what that was, but yeah, looking nice in the old sort of 888 style Vodafone livery.
Looking backwards through the grid, they're all set, they're all sorted. Who's starting here? Brody Kostecki had qualifying duties, and he will have the race start duties for Lobs Esports. Jared Philcell did go out in that car in the warm-up session. The staggered grid here at Phillip Island does give you a nice advantage as the pole sitter. You start a couple of meters further ahead. You start with the inside line covered for turn 1. A quick look at the weather. 2:03 p.m. with about 3 hours of racing ahead of us. Could cool off as we go. Someone is looking at a pit lane start there potentially. That's also where our safety car will be. Revs will rise. 500 kilometers of V8SCOPS endurance season kickoff here at Phillip Island. And your pole sitters, Trans-Tasman Racing, have the inside. But Madison Downs had a great launch on the grippy side of the road. Not game to go round the outside of turn 1. A perfect conversion from pole. Who'll stay on the track through 1. There is a decent checkup happening there back around the 20th position. But your top 3 roll out of Southern Loop. Maloney makes a spot on Sybaris. Kostecki's already made a position on Duncan. Blacklock is up 2 positions into that 11th as well. Here's Brody Kostecki in the green machine, looking for the inside at turn 4, Miller corner. Big braking zone. Tyres are still a little bit cold for everyone. They'll have more than 100 litres of fuel on board. These cars will be so heavy compared to how they just were in qualifying, and you don't want to throw it all away too early in the day. Side by side there, Vermilion Fury round the outside of one of the Jinx shift orbit drop bear machines heading into the hay shed.
Yeah, we've just had William Brown request for a tow as well. We might have seen that in the background, some checkups and a car firing off to the side, but it looks like he's, William Sadstead actually copped a hit as well, so he's got some major damage. Thomas Hinds as well. It was a bit of a hairy one, and there's William Brown.
We go move. Safety car.
Yeah,
the safety car is called on lap 1. You were saying there's so many places you can have a trip through the grass and return, but one place you can't is if your nose has been into the Armco, and the Phoenix Racing Team MHD1 number 96 has significant damage. There's our purple BMW safety car to pick up Jake Burton, the race leader.
Yeah, it's not obviously not how you want to start your race, and I don't think won't be seeing them again. I had a quick look at a replay, and it did look just like a bit of a, got a little bit loose on the start, and a couple guys hit each other. But there was a bit of contact up and down the field, and we also saw the pit lane start that was for Mike Taliancic for that qualifying incident we saw as well. So he's avoided all the carnage, but of course he'll be very back of the field. We've got the BMW the C2, I think it is, leading the field.
M2 CS
M2
Racing.
CS. Yeah, that one. The free one.
And it means that everyone has it. So it means you can load in and spectate this session, even if you don't own either of the supercars. Which I do. But that's actually nice when that happens sometimes.
Yes, I own the Mustang, but I can't drive it very well.
Well, as they say, those who can do, those who can't commentate.
Bingo.
Good opening lap. Just that one lap, though, before we went safety car, about 3/4 of a lap before we went safety car. Brody Kostecki, 3 spots gained. Sam Blacklock, 4 positions gained. Kobe Jones also had a really hot start to get up 6 positions. Now, everyone will have surely started with a full tank of fuel. It's not a whole lot of advantage to diving into the pit lane under safety car here, but perhaps you might, just to brim the tank. There is a couple of cars in with damage, so meatball flags out, obviously, for that Phoenix Racing car, but also for Rapid Theft 81. Teams Jinx Shifters 209, Thomas Hinds has a meatball flag that will need repairs. We might get a replay, undoubtedly, of that in a second. The opening lap fracas, which is French for fracas. So 45 eagerly anticipated drivers, nerves high for a standing start. High straight line speed here, so tall gear ratios, tall first gear. We'll see what happens off the race start. Whole field coming past the pit entry, but your leaders have no need for it. So this is in the back of the field. We're looking for the Jinx Shifters 209. Oh, that Phoenix car's already off the road into the grass, slides back on, and obviously someone collects a car that is stationary and backwards on the racing line, on board with William Brown. No? On board would actually let us see what's going on. So a little hip and shoulder sideways off the road. And that's, you can see the 3 cars that made contact and received damage.
He's managed to find the exact middle of that car, not to have to reverse and go back to get around it. What a mess. Yeah, there was another incident I picked up. Someone clipped the back end of someone else, I think, up the front a bit more, just there, and pushed him in. Not the Kmart car. My favourite.
I remember when it came up Tire and Auto. Now it's my car. What's a my car?
My car is a Subaru Liberty.
My car is stealing my retired parents.
Nice.
Jake Burton still leads this race, and this eats into the race distance, extends the first stint somewhat potentially. Jake Burton. Not that his teammate will be watching on and paying that much attention.
I'm no geographist. What flag is that?
Austria.
Austria.
For Harald Stadler.
The public education system did not cover a lot of geography when I was at school. Or I didn't listen. Probably the latter. Safety car's pulled away from the grid now. So it won't be long before we get green again. Experiencing some paint difficulties, as you can see. Every car is a nice shade of white, but they're all reloading in now. Joys of racing in the virtual world, but these things happen.
Sector line, so the safety car begins to pull away. Jake Burton's currently doing 77 kilometers an hour with a big train of supercars just behind him. And a Ford Mustang that might just leave an imprint of the pony badge on his rear bumper. The safety car's in the pit lane. Field's under the control of Jake Burton. Pole sitter is just waiting, and yeah, I'd be tempted to wait a little bit of a while, because if you get up to speed too early here, then they'll slipstream you down the front straight and you could face some pressure into turn 1. Burton's still cruising at 80 kilometers an hour. So's the whole field behind him, nose to tail. Over 40 V8s, ready to roar back into action to get the Phillip Island 500 underway properly for 2025 in V8SCOPS. It's green flag. Jake Burton's putting the hammer down, racing up already past 200 kilometers an hour down the Wayne Gardner Straight towards turn 1. Seeing a little bit of movement already from Brody Kostecki. He's been one to try to launch up through the field. Qualifying wasn't optimal. Got balked on at least one lap. Might have had a little bit of contact. That is a car, the Lobs Esports, that could have been maybe on the front row of the grid, maybe in the first 2 rows, but started out at 10th place and has already made 4 spots. So he gets by Blake Warboys on the restart, gets into the slipstream of Jordan Sybaris, looking for a top 5. And I think that rolling race restart's been a little bit cleaner than our standing start. Although I say that, we're going 3 lanes wide into the braking zone of Miller Corner, the hairpin.
Yeah, that's it was much cleaner this time around, but there was a couple of guys that got off to a better start than those in front and caused a bit of overlap. One, of course, being Brody Kostecki. Has just seen Scott Mackay go off in the background in the 543 Evolution Sim Racing team. Camaro, and he's struggling to get back going again, so I think I'm not sure if he's done it by himself or if he's copped a whack, but he he's taken a little detour. It was suboptimal.
O'Reilly, 24 positions lost. So far, this race is back in 39th. He went into pit lane and might have just brimmed off the fuel. Here at MG, though, he's got a whole lot of traffic in front of him. There's the Castrol Rapid Theft car getting super sideways. Love the white wheels. Look so good. They won't remain white and clean for too long, though. Jack Pickett has got so much pressure behind him of a couple of drivers that have made pit stops. So Stadler, Jaden Green in the Project 36 car, they're all going to be trying to harry him down towards turn 1. The Vermilion Fury car pulls out of the toe, but there's a late move across to the right-hand side there from one of the Synergy cars. Jacob O'Reilly moves up those couple of spots that he was looking for in towards turn 1.
Yeah, and I just saw in the background as well, in the lesser positions, back in 28th and 27th, Colangelo and Pepperell were just scrapping over 27th place, but Colangelo staying in head. But there was a bit of a check-up towards the back of MG into the final 2 corners, which obviously, as the further you get back in the field, you get that concertina. So you see a lot of jumbling of the order at the back there. Lots of overlap here, as we're seeing multiple cars going 2 abreast into Siberia. That's the Frog Leap Juiced racing car of Mark Point, not hanging around the outside there. Very tough to do is hold that outside line in these supercars. Lots of, as you said, not much rear grip, and a big corner cut there from one of the cars running over the camera. Slow down.
In the Synergy Sim Racing cars, being all over the road trying to make some spots. At the very back of the field, we've got a couple of cars that did pit with that safety car, intermingling, trying to work their way back up through the field. Go Kiwi Sim Racing just ahead for the moment of One Performance Racing, Ryan Bettis. Kostecki sets a new fastest lap of the race as we get our first real flying lap of this race. It gets reset deeper in the field by Ryan Mueller. So the slipstream beginning to come into effect. The car's getting a little bit lighter and everyone beginning to get up to pace. How do you rate the livery on that?
9.5. That's very good. Very good. Like I said before, there's some really beautiful and creative liveries. How you can get your own sponsors to make it look like the old school livery with the old school sponsors is a testament to the livery drawers and creators. It's can't be stated enough how creative some of these guys are.
Specific Esports Racing 553, riding with William Morgan today. Just in behind Kobe Jones, Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics and Racecraft Simulations, Brian Borg doing the opening stint there. Higher up the field, Jake Burton, it's been fairy tales so far for the 36. Pole leading away on the opening lap, leading the race. Only got a 4/10 of a second lead. Madison Down will be sitting in the slipstream. James Chastanoff side by side through MG with the Vermilion Fury Mustang. I think that'll just sort itself out before the final corner, most likely. Rain Campbell, tiny hint of damage on the front left there. With that fuel tank restriction, with a long race ahead of us, I reckon being in the slipstream, saving a fraction of fuel could open up a little bit more strategy options for you.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're stuck in the mid-pack in these sort of teams positions, you've still got an outside chance of gaining quite a lot of time by fuel saving. If your pace isn't on with the guys in front, you're quite happy to take advantage of the draft. As you said, like, fuel saving is going to be paramount here. Obviously, when you're out in front with Burton, at the moment he's just probably going guns blazing to build a gap and then might look at fuel saving. But these guys down in the mid-pack, they've got a lot more options. As we're seeing Chastanoff look up the inside of Rain Campbell, coming into the hairpin. Can he get it done? His car's ahead and pulling through on the exit, gets it done. Rain Campbell under fire as well from behind, maybe. No, never mind. But great move from Chastanoff.
Yeah, signaled his intention pretty early. Very good on the brakes. That is the biggest stop on the racetrack. 260, 270 k's an hour down an apex speed of under 100, and perhaps even slower if you pinch to the inside line trying to make the move there. Deep in the field. Oh, this is some of the dramas around cars that have stopped on some slightly fresher tyres coming through. Some being elbowed out of the way. Who's going to have a look down the inside of MG? Oh, Synergy Sim Racing. Is that Talyancic getting his nose down the inside there? You bet it is. Move works.
Great
So
move.
he goes up into 32nd. It's
I think
the...
it was Jacob O'Reilly as well, got sort of pushed out a bit and lost another spot as a result of that.
Kiwi Sim Racing 51's the car that's been losing a couple of spots here. No, it's the one ahead. Rapid Theft Racing, Kevin Norman lost 2 spots going into MG there. Bit of a classic Dick Johnson livery going on for them.
Yeah, that's probably a 9.5 as well. There's lots of 9.5s out there, trust me. I can't give out a 10 though. There's no such thing as perfection.
Makes you want to get on Facebook Marketplace and buy an AU Falcon and a couple of cans of spray paint.
I want to do that every day of my life. I think that's the best car I've ever made.
Sneaking down the inside goes the Kmart racing car of Blake Fitz.
So this, I think, where it's tough as an enduro, when you're trying to find the line of, am I going to try and start overtaking, or am I going to just sort of relax a little bit, as we're seeing Green get past O'Brien there in the kink, very fast corner. Blake Fitz on firing an attack on Brenton O'Brien as well. Can you have a look down the inside of MG? He's defending, and a late lunge there from the 43. Tiny little bump, but they carry on. But out of position, yeah, he's a lap down. Apologies. So trying to get his race back online is Fitz, and yeah, this is where in an enduro, it's the opening laps. You're finding that balance of do I start going for moves, or do I try and relax and preserve my tyres and save fuel? I think when you're at the back of the grid, you're a bit more inclined to try and start gaining ground. But if you're up in these top, 5-6 positions, maybe you're a little bit more content with where you are for now. Although the lead of the race would be nice. I think you're looking at the bigger picture for sure, because you've got a lot more options in terms of not losing a lot of time by not making a move. So
Yeah, things are a little bit more first half of a Tour de France stage in our top 5 at the moment. They're still the order that they qualified. Madison down, just trying to go with Jake Burton. James Scott just sitting in behind. Jake Maloney in 4th. Might soon need to worry about Brody Kostecki, one of the drivers inside of the top 10 here that has been making moves. Started 10th, made, I think, 3 on the opening lap, 1 on the restart, has pulled off 1 more since then, and it fringes of the top 10. Tom Freer. It's Connor Nixon. Leo Duncan gets down the inside of Connor Nixon. Will go side by side through the final corner. Rough place to be is on the outside there, but you get left room in the case of Nixon. Orbit drop there, Neptune, just a little bit of door-to-door. Hello, how you going? Heading down towards turn 1. You want the inside line here if you can get it. Leo Duncan in the Vermilion Fury 890 just backs out of it on board with Tom Freer inside the top 10.
yeah, well, you do want the inside line for turn 1. The outside line at turn 2 is treacherous, so if you can't hold that, get that move done, or retain your position on the exit of turn 1, you're going to be fighting for a lot of grip on the outside there. And with this pack so tight, as we're seeing Nixon go over to defend, a little late jink. Oh, and we got contact in the background there. A little bit of a late move there. I think that was...
Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics, that's Kobe Jones there that was sideways heading into Miller Corner. And he's in between Borg, the racecraft simulation car, and ahead of Ryan Mueller.
Did a good job to gather it up. But there was some contact and potentially a late move, which is tricky. That hairpin is a great overtaking opportunity, but as soon as you go off that racing line, it's quite dirty. So seeing the first penalty of the race come through, 5 seconds for the 152, contact with the 125 Orbit Drop Air Mars car in the 4th lap of the race. That would have been on the safety car restart then, I'd say. I think we picked that up.
45
Meanwhile-
cars, there was some action
There's a
both
lot.
heading to the safety car, under safety car, and on the safety car restart. And this here for 13th place is Brian Borg, just ahead of Kobe Jones through turn 1. And then you come back to the right a little bit to try to open up the southern loop. You're braking, turning into that first apex. Breathe just sort of a car width wide over the crest of the hill. Try to bring it back to a late apex to open up the speed. Kobe Jones doing 240 k's an hour here through the sweeping left-hander, getting to about 240. Less speed than I thought before they need to brake. At the apex of Siberia, even slower than I thought there, down to 70 k's an hour, but quickly accelerating out of the exit and putting the pressure on Borg.
Speaking of lots of cars and not knowing where to look, looks like Kostecki's gone up another place and got past Jake Maloney, so they're up into 4th in the Kostecki-Fuel Cell partnership in that groovy little green machine.
It's also Dick Johnson machine throwback. In fact, it's basically just the delivery, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think the sponsors are intact. Great tough steel tube framing. So you got your top 3. Then you've had this battle, this movement, and I can see why Brodie Kostecki hasn't wanted to hang around necessarily, because if Maloney and Blake Warboys and Sam Blacklock weren't doing that top 3 pace, it's on Kostecki to try to close down that group. Next pack is 8th place, where Jordan Sybaris has Ewan Baker just behind, and then Tom Freer is leading a group in 10th place. So we restarted with 45 cars all in a line behind the safety car, minus just a couple of damaged cars. And now we're beginning in this first stint to fracture into a couple of groups and packs.
Yep, they're all buddying off, and Sybaris and Baker both didn't qualify their cars, so there's a first example that I've seen of some of the front runners switching it around from the qualifying driver. But again, like these guys at the top are all power couples, so they've got a lot of talent under their arms and feet, and ready to wheel. But I do like that Freer Hobson livery, the 88. I don't think it's a replica of anything, but it's like a very NASCAR-y speedway looking sort of thing, which is good. But
Hobbo 88 loves a bit of left turning.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he enjoys it. He's a left-hander enjoyer. But yeah, they're under attack from Connor Nixon at the moment. Yeah, this is basically a NASCAR track with a little bit of detouring on it. But Connor Nixon right under the wing of the 88 machine. But the 890 as well, Duncan at the reel, also ready to fire away should they make any contact or mistakes. But as I said, you can see here the groups that they're sort of forming into. There's a bit of trouble at the back of the field. I've seen Russell Pepperell fall down the order significantly and off the circuit at some point. I believe, maybe not. He just sort of has a lot of open space in front of him. Maybe I think I'm misreading the situation, but there's one of your groups
drivers in that next group ahead of him, right? Because Sean Colangelo, Michael Taliancic, Jacob O'Reilly, 3 quick drivers up there. You've got 2 Kiwi sim racing cars together. So Russell Pepperell driving with Robert Henry. Got Matthew Pluck just behind. Mark Poynton for Frog Leap Juiced. Kevin Norman in the Rapid Theft Racing 73. Up in 13th here, Kobe Jones.
Oh, big move being made from the Rapid Theft 73 as we'll just cut away.
No,
from
friendly
huge
fire.
Contact. He's collected
Rapid
2 or
Theft's
3 cars with him.
Yeah, Rapid Theft's trying to redress both of the Kiwi sim racing cars here. Kevin Norman's got some damage that he's acquired on the front right, and going into Miller corner, he might have been just a little bit too hot.
Yeah, not ideal. I think he picked up and collected Mark Poynton as well in the Frog Leap car. He's got the replay coming into the hairpin. Oh, yeah, got that wrong, didn't you? Took out 2 of the Kiwi boys and then tagged the Frog Leap car, and the 2 behind managed to get away safely. But bit of contact, not too crazy, but yeah, good sportsmanship to redress. Obviously trying to avoid a penalty as well. Might still get
We need a bowling animation, I reckon, in a situation like that. Unfortunately, a little lock-up leads to maybe a bit of panic, leads to a bigger lock-up, leads to just the inevitability of skittling a couple of cars when they're racing that close. These are difficult cars to slow, particularly if you get off the racing line to the dirty part of the racetrack, where 14 laps in with lots of cars out there, rubber, dirt, debris is going to begin to build up off the racing line. We look to 17th position. Now, they've registered for the series with the name that appears on the graphics. They've registered for the server with something in Afrikaans that I can't read. So, and even if I could, I'd be scared to, just in case it means something. So Darren Lobbs up 7 positions so far in this race, just ahead of Ryan Jones, Andre Gartner, Rain Campbell. A million cars going to look to come back through this if they can. Ken Latta for Fishy. Michael Angus for Fishy Motorsports 205. So a couple of Fishy cars at the tail here. Tough to spot their teammates when one doesn't have a livery and the other one is in Penrite throwback. Not a whole lot of a throwback. It's a throwback to like a year ago. But it's a tribute.
Yes. One of my favourite recent driver pairings in a real life enduro was in the Penrite car, which was featured. Oh my God, I'm blanking out now. That's embarrassing. Kevin Estra, who was with man, I can't even think of him now. The fast younger Kiwi guy, doing well this year.
I can picture his face, and his teeth. Not that people struggle to picture my teeth. Yes, that guy and Kevin Estra. Yeah, this is our leaders, so I think we'd be about halfway through the stint now, calculating that 103-ish litres would take us 28, 29 laps. Well, we're on lap 15 right now. While you've been talking, I've been on the Bunnings website. I found a nice-looking freestanding bath, a Stillo 1.6 metre white gloss bold freestanding oval bathtub, and I've calculated its volume to be 550 litres. So we're at 1/5 of a deep bathtub of fuel capacity today.
That is a stat.
And if you find a larger fuel tank, we'll beat it by 10%. Colangelo was
by 20 though.
Under pressure here, so that's Talyancic in the green machine. And just, a little bit of a lock-up. Again, once you're 2 centimetres too deep into the braking zone, then you're asking for too much brake, you're locking a brake, you're running even deeper on. Colangelo's got a really, really strong co-driver still to come, so I think your goal is to just stay in the race, stay in the fight. If we could have one safety car, we might have another. This is Ewan Baker. We're inside the top 10 with Jordan Sybaris.
These two have been together for the last few laps, leading this mini pack behind them. But see, might be a bit of a cork in the bottle behind the, and just seen a change in for second. James Scott getting past Madison down, I think it was, into second place.
I see that.
Saw that out of the corner of my eye. But now Ewan Baker all over the back of Sybaris, cut back to the leading pack.
Yeah, whole top 4 coming together here. So James Scott might have seen Brody Kostecki coming and think, well, now it's time for me to make a move. I could sit in third, slipstreaming 0.6 of a second behind the leader, part of a 3-car draft train. Once Brody Kostecki gets here, it stops being a 3-cornered fight, a Mexican standoff, and it becomes a little bit more of a brawl. And he goes, I'll leave Madison down to have a Supercars endurance champion, a Bathurst 1000 winner, a noted Chico roll enjoyer knocking on his rear bumper.
Yes, and that's not a sight you would be fond of, having the Supercars champion all over the back here. And for Brody as well, like obviously he's going to be super hungry to get up in front of these guys to not protect his ego, but as a V8 Supercars driver in real life, he should be definitely should be up near the front at least, and he'll be thinking in his head, I can't let these guys beat me, which is I'm sure what everyone else is thinking in front of him. If I could beat Brody Kostecki, how cool would that be? That's exactly what I'd be thinking. So I'd be throwing everything, maybe including the kitchen sink and the bathtub full of fuel, at him to try and hold off as long as I possibly can, because that would be so cool to tell my dad.
Oh yeah, if you beat Brody Kostecki today, then next weekend when he's racing again and your backside's on the couch eating snacks, you point at the TV like Leonardo DiCaprio, be like, see that? See that guy? So the top group begins to close up again. We did have that top 3 breakaway, but as Brody Kostecki's closed in on the top 3, he has kind of brought Jake Maloney, Blake Warboys, and Sam Blacklock with him. Top 7 covered by just 2.8 seconds, 1st to 7th place cumulatively. And when we're commentating supercars, we love to use the word cumulative, especially if we can say cumulative number.
Yeah, that makes you sound a lot smarter.
Just makes me sound like Neil Crompton. Here's Warboys. And that's how he's been closing in on the race lead over the last 3 laps, just a 10th or so at a time.
It's still very impressive that after 18 laps of racing, we've got the top 10, 9 cars so close to each other still. Pretty fantastic effort. And like I said before, in the qualifying, the grid is so tight. From top to bottom was only a second and a half, I think. So fantastic stuff, and such a highly competitive grid. So we're seeing there's still Burton leading the Synergy car, and then Nixon behind in the orbit drop there. So we're looking maybe at a move from the 072, not quite. Looking for a mind pump perhaps, but can't quite get it pulled up late enough to get the move done, and they continue that little duel. Some car a little bit squirrely in the background as well, potentially losing a place to the 88, and it was as a Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics 25 losing a spot to the 88 Synergy car.
It's been pretty elbows out since the restart. We've seen a couple of drivers think that qualifying wasn't representative of me. I got a little bit more race pace, and I will be moving forward through this field in the opening stint. Tiny hint of that happening background there as well with the group that Tom Freer's leading. They're starting to come back together after initially spreading out. I haven't been keeping you completely on top of all of the race control penalties. There's been a number of them, but just confirmation on 5 seconds for Rain Campbell. It's our leaders, Brody Kostecki, he's into 3rd. James Scott beginning to knock on the door of Jake Burton, the race leader, expecting that we're 2/3 of the way through the first stint of the race.
Yeah, this little battle pack is getting tighter and tighter. We just saw the 88 get by as well, but car in front here, you don't want to be driving too much in the mirrors, but you definitely be worried about these guys behind, because as soon as if you blink and don't get a corner right and the 88 gets by, so we're seeing look up the
Cody
inside
Jones
from behind of Cody Jones. Yeah, so
Cody Jones is ahead of Tom Freer, made the move at MG earlier in the race at the end of the last lap. So Freer and the Synergy 88 goes back to 13th place. And this is that group of cars. 9 spots made on the race for Cody Jones. 3 spots made on the race so far for Brian Borg, who's next to maybe have a little bit of a look at Tom Freer. And we're on board with James Chastanoff, which it's the usual liveries of the respective teams, but by throwing a zip down the middle, suddenly it becomes a 1999 British American racing throwback.
yeah, very clever design.
As long as him and his teammate don't Eau Rouge ratty on it.
Some elite racing knowledge here. Seeing a little bit of blinking there from the Summit car. They're up 9 spots, so it's a pretty monumental effort from them so far. Jacob O'Reilly getting by in the Vermilion car. Looks like it was a pretty simple exchange there.
Past the Project 36 of Angus Lawford, Salyancic, Lee Ellis. Man, I have not said that name a whole lot of times lately. So that's a deep cut of supercars racing in the Trans-Tasman Racing number 280, driving with Richard Hampstead.
He's got, not a whole lot of livery going on there, but I think there is one sponsor kind of you can just see on the front there, maybe. And might be one of the default iRacing ones, or I'm just looking at it weird. Been told with certainty there is no paint submitted for the 280. So I'm just imagining things, hallucinating.
There you go.
And we're only 20 laps in. Imagine when we get to 113, I'm going to be seeing multiple cars.
Stop inhaling that bathtub full of fuel, perhaps. You've got the top 7 just going over the crest down towards turn 1, and in 8th place you've got Jordan Siberus feeling a little bit of pressure now from Ewan Baker following close behind him. They've had the Vermilion 890 and Orbit Drop Bear Neptune close in just a little bit closer as well. 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th on your screen. Look how far Kobe Jones has gotten down the road from Tom Freer now. Freer, a tiny cork in the bottle, and the drivers behind will be sensing that.
Yeah, definitely licking their lips with an opportunity to start making ground as here we go.
Here comes Baker for 8th.
Yeah, Baker's down the inside and he gets it done before they turn in, and he's... Oh, and the switch
too deep marbles.
Yeah,
he might not get good traction off the corner, and he won't. So he threw it down the inside. Now we'll throw it down the inside of Siberia as well. Siberus and Siberia around the outside. Ewan Baker will eventually claim that. It cost them both a little bit of time though. Leo Duncan is so close. Baker from a long way back. Big move down the inside of Miller Corner. Takes a couple of corners to sort it all out. He goes up in at 8th for Synergy Sim Racing 072.
And that's a move that you make when you've been stuck behind the same car for as long as he was, and you do get a little bit desperate and almost frustrated, and that's where the level head's got to come into play. But did just enough to not overstep the mark and get the move done. So on to the next one, trying to catch it back up to this group in front, because he has lost quite a lot of time to the group in front. You can see he's really pushing the car now because he got a little bit slidey out of final corner. We're on board now with Siberus, and just following again. And the group behind is going to be looking to make a move as well, I think, on Siberus, because his tyres might be a little bit gone now after getting a little bit how you going previously.
Baker got a bit hot in a turn 1, needed another stab of the brake pedal to make it rotate. So the car becoming a little bit pushy towards the end of this stint. Leo Duncan has a great run, stays tight through 3. Won't get down the inside of 4, but will make Siberus need to take a defensive line. And once you see the driver in front begin to take that defensive line, you're thinking, well, we're losing time, so I might as well still attack, because if this guy's defending and I just wait, then nothing's happening except us losing time.
Exactly.
Andre Heimgartner driving with Kurt Stenberg. Weirdly enough, this Trans-Tasman livery looks like you could whack R&J batteries on it. We've got a change for the lead. Brody Kostecki up front. So he's got in behind Jake Burton. He's had a go at MG, I'm going to guess. Brody Kostecki leads the V8SCOPS Phillip Island 500. Here we are heading over Lukey Heights. Kostecki gets a late apex, bit of the curb. Oh, and that is a lunge from way back to pull across the nose there. And then in the penultimate corner, call dibs, park it up. Ambitious move, but well executed.
Yeah, fantastic racecraft, as you would expect from Brody Kostecki, and for the trailing car as well, getting the move made. Burton, he's done quite a good job not to tag the back of Kostecki as well. But yeah, he that was a huge lunge, and you love to see it. That's the kind of racing we love to see in the V8 supercars, and it's even cooler that it's Brody Kostecki performing it. Some more movement happening towards the middle of the teens.
Borg's moved ahead of Freer here, so we were saying that it was beginning to cost this pack a little bit of time being behind the Synergy 88. Kobe Jones got past, moved on up to the next group. Brian Borg moves past as well. Lots
of movement happening all the way up and down the grid, and we can see sort of even the down the inside of MG, if you don't mind. That's James Chasanoff getting down the inside of the 88 with Freya at the wheel, but yeah, falling back down the order now and looking to come in and make a pit stop. So he's had enough of these tyres, looking to get out of the battle pack and restart, sort of refresh the mindset, I think, as well. It's Tom Freya.
Yeah, this is an early call to pit lane, obviously, but there is wide strategy windows here in what's probably going to be a 3-stop race for most.
He's only getting a few laps early, though.
Yeah, I did do my third calculation of the day to work out that there are 3.7 full tanks of fuel in this. Look, Lawford versus Taliancic down the inside, lock up, contact, and that feels pretty slam dunk, doesn't it? He's going to look to redress it. Not that Lawford's going to be entirely pleased with that, because he will have lost 2 or 3 spots with the other cars coming through there regardless. The yacht out there in the ocean belonged to John Henry, the founder of iRacing, along with the developers. He put the cash in to get iRacing off the ground. That was his yacht until 2013, when he sold Iroquois for $19.5 million and bought an even bigger one called Elysian. But John Henry's yacht is off the coast there.
Just a book of knowledge, mate, with all these references and colourful things to say. It's great.
Live timing's available if you've got a particular driver or team you're trying to follow along with. All of our Andre Heimgartner fans from New Zealand, maybe. All of the Stenberg fans, there's an army of them too, as Brody Kostecki leads the race. Opening up a little bit of gap up front as well. 0.8 of a second he's got on Jake Burton. So now's the time, I reckon, to get to the front of the race and begin to pull a little bit of margin as we head towards the pit stops. Because then you can capitalize on that, maybe break the slipstream, break this race open around the first pit window. Lobs Esports 94 leads the race from Trans Tasman Racing 36, Eclipse Sim Sports 17. And then Phoenix Racing Team and simrigs.com Trans Tasman Racing. We're looking at the 092 from Trans Tasman Racing. This is just a little deeper in the field here with this group. This is 098 actually, isn't it? Ewan Baker's gotten ahead of Sybaris. Sybaris now has Leo Duncan, Connor Nixon, Kobe Jones behind. Jones has been flying these last couple of laps since he got by the Synergy Sim Racing 88. He's caught up to this group and he's had a really quick last lap. Moving around a little bit on the front straight. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll gain some ship. Trying to get in ahead of the car in front. Mind punt's not going to work from that far away, but gives them something to think about that isn't turning into the next corner. So every little advantage you can get, something you want to try and be taken.
Just check that speed number, because these cars, they are powerful in a straight line, but they are tough through some of the slower corners. So it's from north of 200 k's an hour that you've got to stop down to 60, 70 k's an hour, and then firing out of the corner and up to almost 170, where you've got to woe it up for another long left-hander. Depending on what your setup is doing, the front right tyre can be in a world of hurt at the end of the stint here at Phillip Island. They've got adjustments available to them when they come to the pit stop as far as anti-roll bars are concerned. So if you think the track's cooling off, you could maybe put a little bit more point in it, a little bit more rear ARB, whatever you want to do. Freya, the fastest lap of the race, because he had that pit stop, that early stop, and that's the advantage of new tyres. So the undercut looks like it is going to be pretty powerful around here. You're going to need a really powerful undercut, though, if you're going to take that race lead away from Brody Kostecki. He's now 1.3 seconds clear. So that's very, very impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Koseki's last lap was a 33.1, and then
PB.
And then Freya's fastest lap was a just lost it 32.5. Well, last lap was 32.5, which is also his fastest, of course. But it just shows the difference in tyres compared to literally the front runner of the race, who's just done his personal best, 33.1.
So this is really good for your strategy. If you get yourself enough of a lead that it protects you from being undercut, then you can run to the very end of your fuel, open up your strategy windows for later in the race. Split livery phase BAR car ahead of Borg, ahead of Bomb Squad.
We're a couple of laps away from my original prediction of 29 laps for a stint, but obviously that first safety car would have maybe added 1 or 2 laps to that initial one. Plus you've got a bunch of guys who took a little splash towards the back of the grid, so we're probably going to see some mixed strategies, undercuts start happening soon. This is one of those tracks where obviously the undercut is an option, but the draft is pretty heavy as well, so potentially it's a risk versus reward of whether you want to come in, get the fresh tyres and start cold.
Jones is on the move here, and you're seeing a little bit of that elsewhere. I'm pretty sure that Project 36 car is a lap down, having made a stop. So high chance you see a flash of the headlights or two in this battle inside of the top 10. Kobe Jones has moved ahead of Jordan Siberus and put the Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics 25 into the top 10, trying the best to stay out of the way. But there's a move for position side by side, and there's not enough real estate for one car to let them go. Well, 2 cars are battling side by side there. Connor Nixon is now ahead of Jordan Siberus.
Not without a little bit of contact on exit. There's almost a little bit more steering angle from Nixon than he probably would have gone around. Siberus's front left touching his rear right, so could be careful there. But being a lap car in that hairpin at this stage of the race is definitely tough to get out of the way. There's not many places to be out of the way. Obviously he's held to the inside there, but Siberus now the next guy in line to get past the lap traffic, and Stowald's just popped into the pit lane as well. So we're starting to see a few of the guys taking their first stop as well.
Yeah, 1/4 race distance would be lap 28 1/4. So if you're making this a 3-stop race, this is about how far you need to get. Because we're about 25% of this race done, 75% of it still to go. The first race of the endurance season for V8SCOPS in 2025, beginning with 500 kilometers here at Phillip Island. But the big one, 1,000 kilometers of Mount Panorama, is still to come in coming weeks. And this just gets us into the groove with our co-driver pairings. Let's just feel it out. Points as well in the championship, of course.
Dust the cobwebs off the endurance muscles, I suppose, as well.
Stats question without notice. Has anyone ever won the Supercars 1000 and the Scops 1000 in the same year?
That is a great question, and it's probably might happen this year now. You know, if things are going the way they are, but definitely round 1 of the endurance championship for both series might be the same guy at this rate.
Sure could be. So, green Mustang, nearly 2 seconds up the road is the Lobs Esports lead. Jake Burton still has James Scott glued to his rear bumper and underneath his rear wing. Phoenix Sim Racing Mustang there. Madison Down and Rayhan Leonage 4th. Jake Maloney 5th. Sam Blacklock not too far off them in the 6th position there in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. So you see your leading group come through the southern loop. They're up in at 8th. Cody Jones is going to be looking for another move, I reckon. He's come on good at the end of the stint. And I think the teams and cars that look good in the final 5 laps of the stint is more impressive than the ones that are quick in the first 5.
It looks that way.
On lap 30, we had 2 laps behind safety car. Probably only extends the stint by 1 lap. If you think you had, half the fuel burn behind safety car than normal, then 2 laps behind safety car would extend you by 1 lap. But if there's sort of a touch and go, then maybe getting that half a lap of fuel could put you into the next bracket to go even a lap longer than that. So we'll see a lot of teams up front extending this opening stint of the race. The exception, of course, being the Synergy 88. That might have been the critical lap number, when they came in. They knew they could still make it 4 stops from there if they called the first stint early and then extended after that. Ewan Baker is 8th, heading down the front straight, 277 k's an hour. Ahead of Vermilion Fury 890, Kobe Jones in the 25, and you've got a couple of other cars making their stops, just blending out. I think this Project 36 car just blended out of the lane.
Having a look down the order to see who the leader is out of the guys who've taken the first stop under that first safety car. It's Matthew Pluck in the Kiwi Sim Racing machine, but he's ahead of 2, 3, 4, 5 cars who didn't take the stop, and everyone behind them has taken the stop. So he's done quite well to take that little splash and gain a few spots back. It's up 14 spots now, I think.
Stadler stopped under safety car, but that will have only extended this car's stint by like 1 or 2 laps. They really haven't made their first real stop. Pitting behind safety car just meant that they're going to have a 4-stop strategy instead of a 3-stop strategy, but some of their later stops could be just fractionally a little bit quicker. This is where Freya came back out. 33.6 seconds is a short stop. A full tank of fuel, 133 litres, which obviously they can't take today, is about 52 seconds. So 33 is about 3/5 of the full tank of fuel. A little bit short. Ewan Baker from 8th place is coming into the lane. Scott Mackay for Evolution Racing Team is backwards out of Siberia on the racing line. The 543 lights up the rears to flick spin the car around and get it facing the right way again. He might have had just a little bit of help.
Not normally a mistake you make on your own. We'll probably have to check the replay to be sure of it, but disappointing for those guys because, they're running quite a good race so far from the position that they started in, but seem to drop back quite a bit now. Obviously being at the end of their stint, they're not too concerned about burning up the tyres to turn it around again, but giving up another spot. Oh, that might be lap traffic, sorry.
Kai's going to come in, co-driving with Scott Gamble for the Great Scots. 2 Scots walk into a bar? Question? Sounds like something they would do. Perhaps. This is top 10 now with a couple of cars in front that have made their first round of pit stops. So might cycle just a tiny bit deeper in the field for the 427 Banter Alliance Phase 4 car. Nixon in behind, getting more drivers from the top 5 as well. So 2nd and 3rd in the lane, 6th into the lane. Trans-Tasman Racing in, Eclipse Sim Sports in, Lobs Esports continue to extend, and they can do that with the time they had in their back pocket. They were safe from being undercut, but many, many, many other cars are heading into the lane for what we think will be the first of 3 stops today in 500 kilometres.
Yes, very busy pit lane there. Lucky there's no collisions in the boxes in iRacing. iRacing does not like having 45 cars in view. Seemingly.
So who's going to maybe slightly short fuel for some track position at this first stop? There's some flexibility around the stops because there will be a short stint somewhere in this race. Do you save it for later on, or do you go for some track position now? Jake Burton stays in the Trans-Tasman car. James Scott stays in the Eclipse car. They both have 43-second pit stops. Surely approaching the in-lap for the race leader, Brody Kostecki. 41.8 seconds for Orbit Drop Bear Neptune. They jump their teammates in the Jupiter car. Connor Nixon has a slightly short stop, and Brody Kostecki is attacking the pit entry like it's the secret 13th corner of Phillip Island, getting down to 72 kilometers an hour, which is iRacing's pit lane speed limit here at Phillip Island. Unrealistically, some might say, despite having given 40 kilometer an hour pit lane speed limit to the Bend and 50 to Mount Panorama. Is Kostecki going to stay in the 094? I think we're going to see a lot of teams where their driver strategy is we swap driver at the halfway, just the one driver change.
Yeah, there's a few things to think about there though as well. Obviously, you've got the driver change time in the sim, so you obviously
Covered
don't
by
want
the
to be
fuel,
doing that.
30 seconds.
Yes, but you don't want to be doing that if you're taking a small splash at the end, obviously. But also the longevity of your endurance capabilities. Like, can you wheel the supercar around Phillip Island for a whole half of a race without losing too much pace, or do you want to keep yourself fresh and keep swapping, or do you want to stay in a rhythm and not swap? Like, there's so many different things, and I think it really depends on the situation the car's in, plus the two drivers and how they're feeling in that moment, and of course whether the NRL's finished or not.
That is actually a serious concern for a lot of our drivers. We've got iRacing flags, but we don't have as what state people are from. Madison Prius down has gone one lap longer than the race leader to make this a 33-lap opening stint. He's going to attack the pit lane and be the last driver to make a stop.
There's not too much changing. You covered it briefly in the pit stop times earlier.
Can I go to driver changes while we're thinking about it? The ones that we have had, the 750 Kiwi Sim Racing, Russell Pepperell out, Robert Henry in, Rapid Theft Racing 73, Kevin Norman out, Jared Farrowell in, Project 36 number 23, Jaden Green out, Jamie Davis in, Project 36 162, Lawford out, Mazzaroli in, and Synergy Sim Racing 777 have had Michael Taliancic out, Jamie Stovald in, but for the other 40 cars in the field, the starting driver remains in, and that's true for the car that's going to go back through into the lead of the race, 094, Brody Kostecki. Get the lead of the race back from Madison down, and with the one-lap tyre undercut, second and third really haven't gotten that much closer, but look at the blend running along from down. Will end up back in fourth, but he was right alongside second and third place. James Scott in this group sets the new fastest lap of the race at a 32.2.
Picking up the pace as the track temperature is likely dropping. I haven't looked at it yet, but I'd imagine as the day goes on, the track temp has dropped down to 28.3 Celsius, so it has dropped by a few degrees. We start up around 33, so you'll see the pace pick up as the race goes on. Of course, the rubber being laid down as well certainly helps with that, but all these guys are fresh boots on, ready to lay down some good lap times.
No chance of rain, but a chance of the wind speed picking up and going from mostly cloudy to overcast. Track temp on that line on the graph, the history, relatively steady, but could drop later into the afternoon. There it is. Winds currently 3 to 4 kilometers. We'll pick up to 8. Humidity very low. So I guess have your throat lozenges handy if it's windy and dry. Ewan Baker and Blake Warboys have made their pit stops. They've both stayed in the respective cars, and it is 8th and 9th that they sit at the moment. Synergy Sim Racing teammates.
we saw Baker earlier. Trump struggling to get past. Can't remember who it was now, but now
Sybaris?
back on. Sybaris, that's the one. Back on fresh tyres now, so nullifying that burn from earlier. But Warboy's looking to make up some ground again. He's down 3 spots, so all over the back of him at the moment. Just biding his time, waiting for the right opportunity, but potentially looking up at a hairpin manoeuvre because he's got a great run on him here.
Yeah, what does the team game look like this early in a 500-kilometre enduro? We're about to see Warboys have a look down the inside. Pretty early on the brakes, but out wide into the grey stuff for both of them. Baker was just like, okay, well, there you are. Let's get on with it now. 143 goes ahead of the 072 for the battle between teammates. This is not a battle between teammates. It's Pacific Esports Racing. It's Trans-Tasman Racing. And Vermilion. Sorry, OPR. They're going to come after me, man.
They're calling the Scotsman Irish. Great effort from Freeman, up 11 spots. Just reading what's on the screen there, but the track. Potential driver change. I'm not all over the pairings of who started and who finished. Who's in the car now. But there has been a driver change for those two.
What I was relying on to tell me who'd made driver changes actually only clicked over once the new driver had completed more than 3 or 4 laps. So there is actually a few more that I didn't note because they hadn't gone from red to yellow in the minimum drive time column. So that's a change. Yeah, but I didn't double check my working with another method, so I was caught a little bit short on listing them there. David Kirby. Now there's a lapped car in here somewhere. This is 3 cars battling for position and 1 car out of position. Okay, it's the car at the tail. That might have been the ex Thomas Hinz Harold Stadler. No, lap down car. Yeah, Brett Loxton in now, and that car is 6 laps down.
Yeah, he was part of that early incident. I think it was part of that one on the starting grid, so he would have copped a bit of damage.
Yeah, unsighted at 100-something k's an hour, drills the stationary car from where have they gone? Phoenix Racing Team 96.
Which, of course, caused our early safety car, but back on track now. They would have been... How many laps down are they now? Because they would have spent quite a while in the pits. So, 10 laps down, yeah. They've taken their first scheduled quote-unquote stop, I believe, as well.
So the race lead extends for the Kostecki-Phil Cell pairing of Lobs Esports 94, just slowly moving through the field in the first stint from 10th on the grid to get to the race lead just in time for the first pit stop window. Through the first pit stop window and into a 3.5 second lead, but the pursuing peloton need to not trip up over each other. If they can work together, they can still put some pressure on here. But for Trans-Tasman Racing, Eclipse Sim Sports and Phoenix Racing Team sit 3.5 seconds behind, and I think lap on lap they are being left behind. Now it is 3 different teams here, but I note that Madison Down as a co-driver has gone across to Phoenix Racing Team and is still very familiar with Trans-Tasman Racing, so it could also be a little bit of a gentleman's handshake thing going on there.
Well, I think as a group of drivers like this, your main priority is obviously these guys know they can stay on
Here we go.
pace. Yeah.
Looking for third place, Madison down the inside of James Scott in the Miller corner. I think if you can get it stopped and get to the apex on the inside there, you've basically earned it. And James Scott will be aware of what we've just covered off, that a race win is getting away if this group doesn't get on with it in this stint. A chance that Down and Burton together might be able to push each other along a little more.
Yeah, and that's where the fine line of whether you want to be leading or if you want to actually win the race comes in, because you can get caught up battling each other here, which is just going to make Kostecki just drive away with it. So these guys are going to have to figure out who's going to be second, who's going to be third, who's going to be fourth, and then they're just going to have to work together. But it's area that James Scott sort of dropping back a little bit. So as you said, with Burton and Down, handshake, gentleman's agreement, let's go and get Brodie Kostecki together.
Elsewhere through the field, this was one of the cars on a unique strategy. When we got to what we thought was the critical lap number, the Synergy Sim Racing 88 was one of the first into the lane, the first onto a new set of tyres. That gave them a reasonable undercut into 7th place. They will be carrying, that looks like 9 laps less fuel than almost everyone around them. So there's some pit stop time still to come. Their tyres a little bit older as well. But they wanted to get out of that traffic. They wanted to do something different. There's a chance that they get some of that time back in a safety car. Who knows? For that lead battle, the gap is opening up. Madison Down has gone through into 2nd place, but this is his last laps compared to Brodie Kostecki. So while Madison Down's moved forward from 4th to 2nd, he's still been losing time to Kostecki. 32.8, 33.2, 33.3, and that lap 38 was costly here. But obviously, these other drivers are looking at Down as the one to lead the group and hunt down the breakaway if possible.
Yeah, just talking on Madison Down there, I've just had a quick look as well. I think we covered it earlier, but in case you missed it, Madison Down's obviously done that extra lap in the first stint, so he's got a lap on the other two there, Jake Burton and James Scott. But he also took about 2 seconds less fuel than Jake Burton, 1 second less than James Scott. So took that fuel saving strategy starting off and maybe underfueled a little bit for his first stop just to get back into that battle pack and then start attacking them to get into this 2nd place. So not only is he skillfully driving the car, but he's also planning and engineering his race quite well so far.
The thing about these cars, without ABS, without traction control, with the sort of body roll that they've got, when they slam on the brakes, the nose dips. When they turn, the body rolls. When they open up the throttle aggressively, the rear squirms around. You get so much information from the body language of these race cars as to what the driver's trying to do. And when they are hustling, you can tell they are hustling. And I think that's the zone that Madison Down is in right now. It's that limit of control where it just steps, a degree sideways through the corner. The nose drops and droops further, braking heavier. And the car just ice skates a little bit in all of the traction zones as it's moving around on top of the tyre on the limiter grip. This will be a good lap from Down, I think. The question is it as good as Kostecki? Kostecki crosses the timing line for a 1 minute 33.463. Madison Down 4 seconds later gets a 1:33.359. Down's going for this. He's got that slightly lighter car. He's got those slightly fresher tyres. And even if he needs a couple seconds of pit stop time later on, he's the one who's going to provide the hunt.
I think Kostecki actually did 33 laps on his opening stint as well, so a bit of saving in front initially. But yeah, obviously for Madison, the pushing now is going to be great to get in front of Kostecki, but he's got to get it done before the tyres really start to fall off. He's got to be in front of Kostecki for it to work. If he's going to be pushing this hard to try and catch him and can't get past, he's going to leave himself vulnerable to Burton and Scott behind to capitalise again, who might not be pushing as hard. I think I've got it wrong then. 33 laps. So Madison did 34.
I'm feeding you bad information, so it's on me, and I think I know why. Because sometimes this happens at some racetracks where the timing line, the start-finish line, cuts down the middle of the pit lane. So some people's pit stall is in a different lap than someone else's. Madison down, qualified second. Jake Burton was the pole sitter, whereas Brody Kostecki was down in 10th. iRacing gives everyone their pit stall on pit road based on the qualifying order. So as they lined up on the grid is the same order that they are down the pit lane. Brody Kostecki is in a different part of the lane.
Well, there you go.
So the wires are just crossed a little bit in the data somewhere. We definitely saw Kostecki pit, and then the lap later we saw Madison down pit. Didn't see down pit under the safety car. So the evidence of our eyes is what we need to rely on for that one. Your top four, and there's 5th place just back there, Jake Maloney in the number 29. And there's a sort of a lot of cars with just a tiny bit of real estate to themselves through this rest of the top 10 as well. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, that's sort of 2 seconds behind the Ford Mustang there. Tom Freer, obviously we highlighted, has found himself his own little pocket of space in 7th, going through Siberia right now. Synergy Sim Racing, Blake Warboys does have a little bit more pace. Ewan Baker led him by, and Warboys has moved on a little bit. That's left Ewan Baker here in 9th. You want to battle? You got to look to 10th place. Orbit Drop Bear Neptune getting through some of the traffic. And the Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics 25. I think Raihana has taken over from Kobe Jones. Jones was quick, but so is Jackson Rohana. So I guess for a battle inside of the top 10, that could be one of my cars to watch, the number 25. Vermilion have also come back through the field. That 890 was sort of in the 20-somethings. They lost a lot of spots, I think through turn 1 on the opening lap, put them out of position. They're also a quick car coming back through the field. So this is a great group of cars to watch.
Yeah, and often in a race like this, you do get caught up trying to watch the leaders, but sometimes the best action happens in the mid-pack and just outside or fighting for a top 10 spot. Obviously, banking up a few points here would be good leading into Bathurst as well for all these drivers. So every position obviously counts, as we see right there up in front. That was Baker. It's a smidge wide. Little,
not Baker, Raihana.
Oh, yep, sorry.
We're on board with Duncan, looking at Jackson Rohana, who was hot through one tiny bit of the grass. Still managed to get the car positioned to park the apex of the southern loop. It might have compromised his exit. Duncan's got a massive run here, and I think Rohana knows what's coming. Leo Duncan down the inside of turn 4, Miller hairpin, and up into 11th place.
Yep, textbook manoeuvre. Take advantage of the mistake, get it pulled up in time, and away you go. So be enjoying that 11th now, and got the next car in his sights, which is Connor Nixon in that P10, who seems to be he's been in that P10 for quite a while now, holding out that last position, first position out of the double digits.
Andre Heimgartner closing this group as well, highlighting that his car is 9 positions up in this race so far. So from 21st on the grid. See, in my head, I can add single-digit numbers to 2-digit numbers. Don't make me out to subtract 2-digit numbers from 2-digit numbers. 13th place for Andre Heimgartner, driving with Kurt Stenberg. I think both of them live out in Perth, based on what I know about Heimgartner and what I do know about Kurt Stenberg.
Well, that'd be news to me. I hear all good blokes come from Perth.
It's an odd place, though. I don't know if you've ever looked at like a boating map of the Swan River. It's not a real river. You could walk across at low tide.
You could, yes. But I was about to say the Bathurst 1000 yesterday collided with all non-New South Wales and I guess the Queensland people that were barracking for the Lions clashed with the grand final of AFL yesterday. So.
Depends what time slot.
Yes. The main one for Aussies anyway.
Freeman side by side. One Performance Racing goes ahead of Trans-Tasman Racing on the exit of Turn 4 Miller into Turn 5 Siberia. Any spots gained there for Freeman. Who's got the most spots gained across this race? It could be Ashan Colangelo. Or it could be Billy Rowley, Kiwi Sim Racing. Let's take a look. There's Rowley. So they stopped under safety car and then had a slightly quicker second stop and came from very deep in the field. So the combination of that, you always get a little bit of a freebie from a safety car when you start deep in the field as well. You can take advantage of that, and you get more gain, less loss track position.
Yeah, risk versus reward. The risk is super low, and the reward can be a lot better. But I think it's a bit of an art driving in traffic when you're looking at safety car restarts and late sort of back end grid positions where, you know, we talked about that concertina and everyone checking up and overlapping and avoiding the carnage in front. And Ochan's done such a great job of that so far, which is it's just helped net him that 13th place gain up to 25th. So. Settling into a bit of a groove though at the moment behind Rowley, who's also gained up.
Like Rankine, another gainer, 11 spots from 41st on the grid. With a couple of retirements that we've had and the car's a couple of laps down, if you started behind about 35th place, you got a couple of freebies. Alan Dawson completes the list, but how long is he going to be? 11 spots up. There's some pressure on for 34th. Jordan Mazzaroli in the Project 36 car is coming back through the field. Rapid Theft Racing, gorgeous. You know, if they didn't have the white wheels, you'd have to knock it down like 4 or 5 points on that number 84. But with the white wheels and the Castrol livery, perfection. Or really 9.5, as Dean Hunt would say.
Yeah, I mean, no such thing as perfect, I suppose. But yes, the white wheels do really add to it, and I think that's a bit that's overlooked by some is how the wheels can tie everything together, depending on what colour it is. Because if you went with like green or red wheels, there obviously being Castrol colours, A, it's not historically accurate, and B, it would not look nearly as nice as the white wheels. Obviously, you don't see white wheels these days on the supercars, which is a shame.
They were so good. Those solid 5-spoke block wheels in white. So good. One of the things you unfortunately can't do on iRacing is paint your front wheels different than your rear wheels, which is required, I think, for some of the Shell Helix liveries.
Yeah, they need to fix that ASAP.
Yeah, can't paint your front wheels different from your rear wheels. Can't put your headlights on when you're on a hot lap.
I don't think you control the headlights in any cars.
No, it's automatic. But you can control the wipers manually now, so who knows what's coming. This is defensive as we ride on board. Whoa, and a lock-up back there for Dawson.
Nearly a big Chev badge stamped on the back of that Mustang. Very close to contact.
That was a clip-on bow tie, maybe. Tune Blake Rankin ahead, a Kiwi Sim Racing Robert Henry, who we're riding on board with Jordan Mazzaroli, and then Alan Dawson in the Rapid Theft Racing 84, tiny bit further up the road. Jamie Stovold and Billy Rowley, 28th, 29th. Two cars that stopped under the safety car, then ran a sort of short stint to pit about the same time as everyone else, interestingly.
Yeah, negating the advantage there.
I think Stovold's gone through. He was quicker last lap by a margin. He's quicker this lap by 0.2, so the green Synergy Sim Racing car moving ahead. Bentz versus Mueller. Mueller's gone ahead. Good four-way scrap up the road from them as well. Orbit drop there. Neptune. Connor Nixon's ahead of Leo Duncan, but Jackson Rehana has been sticking with them. We saw Andre Heimgartner closing in, so this is 4 very competitive cars at the moment for the final spot inside of the top 10. About halfway through a fuel run right now, 14 or 15 laps respectively. So you're at just half of the bathtub left. Your tyres are beginning to fade on you a little bit. You get that second wind towards the end of the stint when the car gets really light and the tyres plateau, but the best of the tyre has passed and you're still carrying 45, 50 kilos of fuel.
Yeah, and speaking
Specific
of...
density of unleaded is 0.748, but ethanol is less energy dense but more weight dense. So I don't know what's in these cars. 100 litres of fuel probably weighs 80-ish kilos then.
Yeah. And whether that's accurately simulated, that part of the car. But just going back to the fuel and the tyre life as well, checking back in with the lead. So Kostecki has put a bit of a gap on Madison Down, up to about just over 5 seconds at the moment. So yeah, the early push from Madison Down not really gaining any ground at the moment. I think he was about 4 seconds behind when we were last checking in. So yeah, not quite on the money there. But he has put a little gap between him and the two behind him. So early push has helped him there, but probably will come back to bite him, I think, towards the end of the stint.
Freeman, Peter Vansberg, taken over from Darren Lobb at the last pit stop into this stint. Christopher Island, early stop, short stop for that number 11 DPR car that just takes a slightly defensive positioning in towards turn 1. So with that shorter pit stop, a bit of track position, but then you've got to put your money where your mouth is if you're going to keep behind those other drivers that will have fresher tyres coming back at you. That's Kiwi Sim Racing versus Project 36. Robert Henry versus Alan Dawson. Dawson's got the inside of the final corner and you really want to get clear so you can use the full width of the road, get to throttle early and fire out onto the front straight, trying to break the toe, trying to defend 31st position. Dawson's also going to get a good run at them. And then he'll run wide out of 1, do a tiny bit of the mowing.
Yeah, we spoke about a lot of runoff at Phillip Island with the walls pretty far away, which is hence why we've had a few offs where there hasn't been anything too major in terms of damage. I wonder if we will get another safety car, because that will really shake things up, I think. It's kind of getting a little bit stagnant. We got a car off in front. The commentators cursed it. Did not quite see what happened there, but the smoke and car not in the right position.
Yeah, we've seen heaps of lockups down there into turn 4 as well, haven't we? It's a big braking zone. The highest speed on the track is on the front straight, but then you only need to shed about 80 kilometers an hour going into turn 1. You've got to shed more speed, almost 150 braking into turn 4 from, it's 230 Ks to about 70 is I think what we've been seeing. Long braking zones, lots of downshifts. Big chance to lock a front or lock a rear or just run in a little bit deep into the dirty stuff that is continually accumulating and getting thicker and tougher to work with.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can go wrong there. Lots of things to keep on top of. Yeah, the downshifting, compression locks. As soon as you're offline there, it gets so tricky. Any moves you're trying to make, you've really got to make sure you get it pulled up. As the race goes on, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, you can get the track sweeper out between practice and qualifying, between qualifying and warm-up, and between warm-up and the race. But, oh, yeah, that's off the road. car was a little out of position, a lap down of this, I thought. That fits in the 81? No, sorry. Jared Farrowell in a 73, a different Rapid Theft racing car. This is the one that should have like blue rear wheels, red front wheels or something, but unfortunately doesn't have it. And unfortunately has grass all over the tyres. MG, also a difficult braking zone.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you're so committed through Lukey Heights, and it's a bit of a blind corner, and see the amount of laps you can do in the sim to get plenty of practice, but still you can't see what's over the crest until you're there, and it is the car is a little bit off balance as you're coming, of course, over Lukey Heights, and then you've got to steady it, and then you've got to get on the brakes. And being downhill as well, you're so prone to those compression locks where you can get the rear to step out. Replay here for you.
This is a bit of a throwback to lap 50. This is what we think happened down here. Getting ahead of Connor Nixon. So he was up in 10th. The Vermilion Fury car. Just trust me, that's what it is. Gets up into the top 10. Header Connor Nixon. Boom. There you go.
Yeah, Connor was a mainstay for that 10th spot for a while. As soon as your car in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, 28 laps after stopping after 23 laps the first time around.
I've just picked some.
Safety car's only been called once, and there it is, and we get the driver change in the 88. It's time to unleash the hobbo.
That was a left turn. I just caught on my replay there might be a small penalty coming, but Robert Henry sort of bumped off the circuit from Jamie Davis all the way back down in 30th, so action to be had all the way up and down the field.
We were talking about how everyone between sort of 5th and 10th was spaced in some no man's land. Well, this looks like Sam Blacklock slowly ranged up to Jake Maloney for 5th. Yeah, well, that is slowly, isn't it? A 10th of a second a lap until you get there and you're knocking on the door. It's like that. No, I forget what the Netflix show was called. Squid Games. Yeah, a little bit of Squid Games action.
You can just see that gap though between these two and the next group in front.
Once you creep down to that 1 second, suddenly the slipstream can be pretty powerful to help you close the remaining bit.
That's right. Yeah. So obviously, dirty air is not too big of a factor in these cars. Obviously, it's still something to be wary of, but they've got such little downforce these days that it's not really something that's of concern, which helps with the close racing that we see like that. Guys can follow each other closely and get a move ready to be made. But yeah, that draft really does help. So you can close it in from about a second away. Such a high-speed main straight here. Some of the in-between sort of straights like we have here in the kink before Lukey Heights. Cop a bit of toe up on the horizon there and get you a bit closer for MG.
The speed gun in the straight line says that everyone is doing about sort of 277 kilometers an hour, but they can get up to 283 with a good run and a toe. So by about halfway down the straight to the braking zone of turn 1, there's 2-3 kilometers an hour of slipstream. Just give you a couple of tenths of a second. We'll see what kind of slipstream James Scott gets. Brody Kostecki just becoming a smaller speck in the horizon in the distance. 6 seconds clear of Madison down. James Scott applying some pressure to Jake Burton.
So down still, so you've got a bit of a gap on these guys from that earlier push, but now these two are fighting each other again. perhaps the tyre advantage that they might have previously start to dwindle a little bit, but Lee Burton thwarting the attack from behind. As a spectator, I'd love to see them just start duking it out, but wouldn't be smart. And we've just... Oh. In the background, I've seen Stadler from 32nd almost go into the tyre barrier. Very close to hitting the tyre barrier. Copped a little tap from behind. Almost...
It's at MG.
Yes.
Take a look. So here we are. Yeah, okay. That's one of the only tyre barriers you ever get close to. If you do get oversteer exiting MG, Stadler gets just helped around a little bit through the banking.
Yeah, it's a very, very minor touch, but under acceleration and the locked differentials, easy way to upset the car. And
oh, and just as he's gotten going, Brody Kostecki, the race leader's gone to put a lap on him, and they've been very, very close there. Stadler might not have realised how much Kostecki was zooming along, and the race leader with 6 seconds in his pocket doesn't want to give up any of that time, and rightly so. It's going to be our second Harold Stadler replay.
the sponsors will be loving it.
So your race leader's behind, car length or so. In Southern Loop, you're wide, you're in the grey, and it doesn't get any easier or grippier the further out you get. You go into a deeper circle of hell once you're off the racing line in Southern Loop.
Big time. Penguins are all laughing at you. I think maybe he was driving in his mirrors a little bit too much, trying to make sure he didn't impede on the leader. Perhaps, but as you said, it's a treacherous off on the outside of the Southern Loop. As the further you go, the more steep the hill is to get back up, and the slipperier it gets. I can only think back to a couple of years ago when the grass used to be like ice in the sim. It was a lot worse, but it seems to be a little bit easier now. But all it takes is a little bit of a heavy right foot, and you'll be backwards, and you'll be taking a lot longer to get back on the circuit.
The race lead has begun lap 57. Lap 62 is sort of the halfway point. Not there yet. They're comfortably going to get to the halfway point of the race before making their second stop. So this is a 3-stop race for most, with just a tiny bit of flexibility. Teammates together there? No. The Project 36 car coming under fire. And that was a little bit of just a tiny tap between DPR and Vermilion Fury. Chris Ireland, Joshua Horton. Horton's looking down the inside of Miller Corner. He was so all over him through the Southern Loop that he's well positioned in the braking zone to get ahead.
Did Simracing just go off in the background as well? On the grass for a little bit there.
Yeah, well spotted. Seems like it.
Bad to worse for these guys. Started, obviously qualified quite well, being in that first batch of drivers. Whee. Easy done there. Coming in a bit hot.
Well, there are plenty of kids that have school excursions to Phillip Island, but that's not the excursion that you want. They had like grade 3 camp here. Not here at the racetrack, on the island. Fourth most populous island in Australia. There's the mainland, there's Tasmania, There's 20,000 people on Bribey Island, and there's 14,000 on Phillip Island. How many people on Rot Nest?
Oh, maybe
One
50.
for every 5 quackers.
I think Rottnest, not many people actually live there. So, lots of ferries going to and from there. Catching a glimpse of the bomb squad car up in front there, which is the South African flag livery. So in the sim, I might butcher the pronunciation, but their team name is Haliwitni Watons Witni, which translates to "They don't know what we know," which I think is in reference to the South African UFC fighter. I can't remember his name now. Dricus de Places, said it after he won a UFC fight. So there's some useless information for you.
There you go. Podium spots. Bob's Esports lead by 7 seconds over Phoenix Racing Team 79, and in third, Jake Burton is still parked in front of James Scott. James Scott has driven this season as last in V8SCOPS with Chiefs Esports, but he is across here into an Eclipse car for the Enduro season. Good looking one too. They've put a fair bit of effort into that livery for the Phillip Island 500. It's starting to get a little bit more traffic, I notice, for your leaders as well. You've got a bunch of cars that, as we just head towards the halfway point, are making pit stops, feeding out a lap down and in the path of our leaders. Try to find yourself some clear real estate there. I'd say about turn 1 for about half a second. Oh, they're feeding out right in front of your leader as well for Brody Kostecki. You're seeing cars appear out of pit lane on cold tyres.
Yeah, it's the tricky part. When you're a lap down, you've got your own race to run, but you've also got to try and stay out of the way of the leaders. And of course, when you've got the broadcast going and someone like Brody Kostecki behind you, you're probably making sure you stay well out of the way to avoid any embarrassment. But yeah, 26 laps into this current stint is Brody Kostecki, and he's put quite the gap still on Madison down. So really just running away with it at the moment, as you'd expect from a Supercars champion. In a bit of a purple patch at the moment in the Enduros, in sim and in real life, but still about 6 or 7 laps, maybe 8 laps for some away from a second scheduled stop. Tyres are starting to get a little bit worn, and the bathtub's slowly becoming more and more empty.
When the rubber dries, cracks and decays on your bath plug and you realise it's slowly letting it out, perhaps. Here's the thing though about Brody Kostecki in endurance races. I mean, he's a bit carried, isn't he? So he's got a teammate here, Jared Filsell. He's got Todd Hazelwood in his other Mustang supercar. How do we know if he's actually that good? I say, my tongue has never been deeper in my cheek. I think talent attracts talent. Mentality matters so much for all of this. So if you were on the top of your game, you'd want to be with someone who's approaching it at the same level as you.
That's right. There we go, firing right into the line. Maybe on Baker and Leon Duncan was that. We're talking about firing out of the pit lane straight into traffic. As your example, heads up from Baker to not just go straight into the back of him. But so you do have a lot of guys will be running some sort of spotter that will probably tell them that there's cars coming out of their pit lane in front of them, whether that's their teammate that's not driving, or whether they're special enough to have a race engineer, or if it's just a virtual gym crew chief type operation. you definitely get some sort of heads up, but it doesn't always get picked up. So wouldn't expect it at this level. But
changes going on with the pit stops currently underway, as Brody Kostecki will come around and he'll cross over the halfway point of this race. In fact, we kind of already have a couple laps ago. Yeah. Stenberg gets into the Trans-Tasman Racing 47, so Heimgartner out, Stenberg in. People were waiting for that. Dozens of fans eagerly awaiting Stenny's stint. Baker gets so sideways, no rear traction. He's heading for pit lane. He'll get out of the way of Leo Duncan. I think those tyres might be done here on that car. We haven't seen anyone but Baker in yet, so there will be a lot of driver swaps happening this time around as well.
Yeah, and this is where, as the co-driver, you've got to make sure you've already been switched on and ready to go in the last few laps. Watching your teammate, because of course you have the warm-up before the race starts and you get going, you get in the rhythm, but then you're jumping in the car as the co-driver, just not warmed up at all. Got to really just start going at it straight away in the middle of the race, keeping your track position, watching out for everyone around you. So definitely not easy being the second driver in. I think it might take a lap or two to really get into the groove.
James Scott has gone ahead of Jake Burton for third place, so that's changed here as they've had to go through a little bit of the traffic. They're still about 3 seconds behind Madison Down. Brody Kostecki still leads. Who's heading for pit lane? It's third and fourth, so first and second. First stays out, second comes in, Down's in, Scott's in, Burton's in. No driver changes have taken place so far this race for the top 4 or top 5. Past the halfway point of the race, it might be about time. The NRL Grand Final is... has it happened?
There's a prelim.
Oh, okay.
Penrith.
You know how much attention I pay.
Broncos got up by 2. So any Penrith fans that were watching it might have a little bit of red mist for the next step.
So much traffic for the race leader, Brody Kostecki. This might have been what the other drivers saw, which is why they pitted. With 7 seconds in his back pocket, he's protected from being undercut. He's protected from too much of the traffic. Some of them on their fresh tyres are kind of hurrying him along here as well. That's always an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, the pace difference before at the first stop was something like 6/10 between the first guy to pit and the fastest car on track, which at the time was Brody Kostecki. So yeah, the tyre difference is pretty significant, and you can see there Jacob Bence just holding onto the back of him.
Briggs has got his first lap, having taken over from Ewan Baker. He's alongside. Bence is going to not try to cut across. The race leader's coming in. Bence is on those older 5-lap older tyres. Loses out to Orbit Drop Bear Neptune Bradley Ratu. So Brody Kostecki is in, and is that going to be the last we see of him in this Phillip Island 500? Jared Philsell ready to go, is getting in the race leading 094.
Yeah, well, a monster opening half of the race from Kostecki, coming up 9 places to get into the lead and then handing it over to Jared Philsell. So Jared just inherited a great position to be in, and all he's got to do is just keep it going, which is definitely a lot harder to do than it is to say.
Other cars that haven't made their stop yet: Rapid Theft 84 and Banter Alliance Racing are just in now as well. So we're getting the second stops from everyone. About to see where they all stand just past the halfway point. But yeah, yet to stop, and therefore being monstered by cars on fresher tyres. Alan Dawson, he's just nowhere compared to these cars that have got brand new tyres. And he's going to come in.
It's a matter of time, isn't it? When you're holding on like that. But once everyone's made the stops, we can have a look and see if anyone's under fueled.
This is close.
Properly.
So, Jared Philsell versus Rehan Leonage. Remember, before the pit stop, the gap between these two cars was 7 seconds or more. It is 2.2. Now, they've slightly short-filled that 79 again, but then they also had less traffic. They also had a one-lap undercut. That could easily account for 2 or 3 of the seconds that have gone missing. And this difference in the pit box and pit lane time will account for the rest. Let's ride on board with Jared Philsell having taken over from Brody Kostecki. He leads the V8SCOPS Phillip Island 500, the start of V8SCOPS Enduro season. Enjoy this, and we'll be back in a minute. Lap 66 of 113, 500 kilometres of Phillip Island for V8SCOPS. Endurance season. It's Christmas for this type of racing. And we have some real festivities to get us to the end of this one. Moves being made. A lot of driver changes happened just past the halfway point. Resets the playing field. Some cars will fade back a little bit. Some are poised to leap forward in this race. Lobs Esports still leading from Phoenix Racing Team. Trans-Tasman Racing 36. Joshua Anderson's wiped his tears away and gotten into the driver's seat in 3rd place. But the battle between 8th to 14th place right now is electric. Kurt Stenberg ahead of Wayne Burke, who got into the Vermilion Fury 890. Gets a really good exit off of MG as Stenberg slides just a little bit here. Synergy Sim Racing, Orbit Drop Bear, Neptune, Summit Sim Sports, Flash Graphics, Racecraft Simulation, and One Performance Racing completes this group, but Kurt Stenberg is under pressure. We've seen the Speedo down the straight go past 280 k's an hour, looking for the inside of turn 1. Here comes Burke on Stenberg, and he's clear going into the sweeping turn 1. He'll muscle out Stenberg and take 8th place.
Yeah, and
David Hainsworth, Dean Hunt, Daniel Yeaman producing a SimSpeed TV brings you coverage. Great to have you back with us.
yeah, thrown right back into it. This battle between 8th and 14th is going to be interesting because of that first move that's been made from Burke up past Stenberg. 3-lap tyre difference. Looking all the way through, there's a good mix of when they've pitted. So we've got 3 laps old at the front, a couple of 6-lappers, a couple of 5-lappers, and a 10-lapper and an 8-lapper. So there's a big differential for the tyres in that little battle pack. But then obviously up the front a bit more, aside from Phil Sell, who Kostecki was saving fuel. 3-lap old tyres, everyone else in that group on 4 laps. So pretty stagnant up there. But
down to 26 degrees Celsius on the track from a high of 33 or 34. So just dropping slowly on track. Air temperature stagnant. So as the clouds come over, as the sun gets lower in the sky, you expect just a little bit of the heat to come out of the racetrack. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 on the score worm notches down from the heat of the day.
lovely day on the island.
Hang on, Richard Hampstead's got a problem in the 280. The motor's gone. The anti-stall light is on. The downshift in the big braking zone at Miller Corner, has he reached for a downshift too early, over-revved the engine and popped it? That's what it looks like with the marks that I see there. He is stationary, and we'll get our second safety car of the Phillip Island 500 for the stricken number 280.
Bit of a shake-up then, hey? So I wonder if we're going to see a few... So some of the guys, obviously the guys are
strategically, this is interesting timing, isn't it? We're 10 laps into the stint before the critical lap number to get home.
Yes. It's a tough one because, yeah, you're not going to get home, but can you bank on another safety car to get another cheap stop?
Leaders in again, yeah. So you can just take on board 15 seconds of fuel or so for free here, whack on a new set of tyres. The leader's going to do it. I'd bet on someone in the top 10 to stay out, but it's not going to be many from the top 10. Top 3 are in. Who's not in is the question. Top 5 are in. Got a static camera at turn 12 is what we need. Orbit drop bed Jupiter, the 215. They are the race leader. Bo Albert's gotten in there. Out of the pit lane goes Jared Philsell. Here's the safety car. Here's the pack. Philsell will be second. It's all lapped cars in between the 215 and 094.
Yeah, that's really shaken things up, hasn't it? That's the kind of spice that we needed. So was it a blown engine on the downshift to cause the safety car? That's it. Yeah, I don't know if there could be any other alternative to what's happened there, but yeah, Bo
Another
Albert
alternative
now
is
inheriting the lead.
ingested a goose.
Penguin crossing the track into the intake. Was it Montreal this year? Lewis Hamilton did he hit some sort of animal? Broke his front wing. Ruined his race. Not like the years past at Bathurst we've seen a kangaroo get collected. When do they start adding wildlife to iRacing? We've got weather.
Well, it's tough to scan a kangaroo.
Yeah, you can't keep them still, can you?
Yeah, that's why you got to tie your kangaroo down, sport. So, significant number of lapped cars between your leader and Lobs Esports. We'll get a wave around, of course, in due course, but that Orbit Drop Air 215, I think they had been extending their stints relatively significantly. And so when this safety car has come out, a lot of the rest of the field are sort of already 10 laps into their fuel and into their tyres, but Bo Albert only got in 6 laps ago. So I can see the logic of them staying out, getting a big group of track position, because they weren't that far into their stint compared to a lot of the other cars that they were racing against for spots in the top 10. Last pit stop lap is on the top left timing column. Some of those lap down cars are actually going to head for pit lane anyway before they get waved around. Well, I can't wait for the YouTube video about this on Bo Albert's channel.
He makes some very high quality videos and does not get nearly enough views as what he deserves.
He is one of the good guys.
The world champion rallycross on iRacing, is that what he won?
He was in the Rallycross World Championship. I'm not sure that he left that championship with more friends than he entered.
Very decorated driver anyway.
Position Luma ranks on everyone. 1, 31, 32, 33, and then your race leader from last time around, Phil Selt. They're in second. Look at that pit stop time, 9.7. That's literally the tyre change and however much fuel could go in during that time. Things are reordering a little bit here behind the safety car. 42 laps to go. No one has a hope of getting to the end without another stop.
This is where we might see a few different strategies play out because you've got a bit more leeway in terms of when you can box. So do you look for an undercut if you're stuck behind someone, but do you risk going back into traffic? Everyone's going to be on pretty similar, aside from, the guys that have stayed out. Everyone's going to be on the same tyre life now. So
let's recap who stayed out. 7th place, Pacific Esports Racing. 8th place, the South African Bomb Squad. You got the Red Wire men. Fishy Motorsports in 11th, already 9 laps into their tyres. And then Paul Young, the split livery Phase BAR car. Similar strategy to the car that's now the race leader. That only stopped 6 laps ago. And so they decided they'd stay out. The cars that had pitted sort of 12, 10, 11 laps ago, I can see why a lot of them came in. But if you only last stopped 5 laps when the safety car was called, you've got plenty of fuel on board, your tyres are still pretty fresh, track position might be king, particularly if you get to, jump 5 or 10 cars.
I wonder how this is going to play out then between Albert and Phil Selt, because there's a pretty big difference in tyre life now with 7 laps, but 2 of them being under safety car. Well, 1.5, be 2 or 3 by the time we get done. So you'll probably be on the defensive on the back foot pretty early to try and hold that position and hope that the guys behind start fighting each other, as he's a bit of a cork in the bottle maybe. But I don't doubt Bo Albert's pace and skill to hold this lead though. So this will be a tricky one. I think Kostecki's probably a little bit disappointed that he doesn't get to do the fun part now that he's out of the car and chasing down the lead again.
Wave around's underway. We'll sort out our field before we get this underway again. First safety car of the race being called on lap 1 meant there was actually no one that could be a lap down to get waved around, but obviously we've gone deep into this race before the second safety car appearance. Things are just a little bit more complicated. Race control working through their wave around procedure right now. We will get to a replay of what brought out the second safety car. Richard Hampstead, the number 280. That car was stranded at turn 4. There's no over-rev protection on the downshift for these cars. If you ask for the downshift, you're going to get it. 7,500 RPMs or no. So with no other cars immediately around, keep an eye on the gear shift indicator. have been the downshift into third. It's blown the engine, it's locked the rear axle. And if he was Kimi Räikkönen, he'd be heading straight to that yacht.
It is a long walk, though. This time around. But no, that's definitely something that can happen in these cars, and that's where the endurance and the focus side of it comes in. I think it is very easy to settle into some sort of rhythm and lose a little bit of focus in a race like this. So 70 or 69 times, I think it was, for him, he's come into that, well, that car has come into that corner, doing the same thing over and over again. It's very easy to misstep from just a slight lapse of concentration, especially if you're driving around sort of by yourself without chasing or defending anyone. It is quite easy to get into that state where you're not thinking about everything you're doing as much as you normally would.
I sometimes see some different philosophies as well about how to set up these cars. So some of them are set up very, very pointy, very loose, and then you're taking your downshifts very late in the braking zone. You're taking some sort of short shifts and low revs out of the corners to manage your very pointy car. And then some are sort of the other way around, where you set the car up a little bit more stably, but then the driving style of, early downshifts, lots of engine braking, short gears, helps you then rotate the car that's then more manageable and planted the other times. And I guess that driving style might put you a little more to the limit of risking issues like that. Lights are still on the safety car, but we have picked up some speed, so it's not too far away from getting racing again. How many laps are we looking at? 42 still to go here. Longest stint I've seen anyone do, including a bit of safety car time, is about 32, 33 laps. Last pit stop, lap and time on the timing column. Our drivers, by the timing of this safety car, have been put into two different strategy buckets. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter and Bo Albert on the stay out, fewer pit stops strategy. Many drivers and teams taking the opportunity to get a fresh set of tyres and clear some of their remaining fuel drop before they head into a quicker final stop.
Starting to see the last few cars catching the back of the grid now that have got their wave around. Looks like lights are off on the safety car. William Brown in the lane again. He's not had a great night tonight. Coming in to take his stop. He's not going to be on the lead lap, I'd imagine, still. But just sticking around for the seat time. No safety rating, of course.
We are going to have 38 cars on the lead lap after the wave arounds. Evolution Racing Team 543 remains one lap down. Rapid Theft Racing 81, 2 laps down. And then the next car is Richard Hampstead, who's going to continue to go laps down. The thing about motorsports is that you need the first part to do the second. Team Jinx shifters are 5 laps down. Now 5 laps down here. And then 4 more laps after that. So 9 laps down, Phoenix Racing Team 96 you were just talking about. But we'll get the engines going again and we'll pick it up momentarily. Safety car's soon going to accelerate away from the field. Bo Albert's going to have an interesting conundrum. His tyres are a little bit older, but his car is a little bit lighter versus Jared Philsell. Most laps led of anyone in this race so far today belongs to that 094. Leonage in third. Zach Rattray-White in fourth. Brady Myers in fifth. Josh Anderson's back in sixth, so he had a slightly longer stop than some of the others. You wouldn't have had time for a roll bar adjustment with the quick tyre change, so I wonder if that's actually caught out some people. If they had a couple too many adjustments set and they asked for a little bit more service than they had time for, or fuel drop and capacity to cover. The safety car is gone. Bo Albert's holding the field at 80 kilometers an hour. Where you restart at Phillip Island can be a challenge with the long front straight, the powerful slipstream, even in these beasts. It's Mustang up front. 42 to go from the Phillip Island 500. Bo Albert's put the power down. He's gone in the middle of the final corner, giving himself a couple of tenths of a second. We run wide for a couple out of the final corner, kicking up some grass, and the Snake heads down towards turn 1 under green flag conditions for the first time in a couple of laps after the second safety car intervention of the race. Those on new tyres are going to have to make some moves quickly past the likes of Pacific Esports Racing and Bomb Squad 7th and 8th. That's where the action very well could be on this restart. So 15 lap old tyres for the car we're focused on. 14 lap old tyres for the car behind them. Jordan Ross has got brand new tyres. He's taken over from Blake Warboys in the black Synergy sim racing car.
Everyone pretty well behaved this restart until we get another hairpin now.
Oh, down the inside looking for those spots. There he goes. Oh, we got dramas. Who's backwards? Bradley Ratu. Drop their Neptune backwards. They split either side of him. He's just got to park up and wait. Jordan Ross did get one of those moves done that he was looking for, and then further deep in the field, Ratu's been around.
Oh, Billy Rowley's just gone right off the circuit into the signage stanchion.
Looks like a snake that's shed its skin. Don't get high-sided jumping over the course there. Now, if you cut that much, what's the penalty?
No, that's where he went off.
Yeah,
he went straight into that post.
Okay. He's got a meatball flag because the right front is cactus.
Oh, more contact in back of the field.
car
Jack
won't turn
Ricketts just
left.
copped a whack.
Up the field, it's gloves off. We're into the point of the race where it starts to really count. Bo Albert still holds the race lead. Oh no! That's going to be a massive, massive crash. Scott Gamble hard into the retaining wall. He's also lost his front bumper, lost his right front suspension. Miracle of miracles, he still seems to have an engine there, but he's not going to be able to get a whole lap around.
That's disappointing for him. Huge jump.
The car's going nowhere. It could be our third safety car. This control channel is very, very busy. Three and a half seconds covers our top 9. Racecraft Simulation, Jason Bent's there in 13th, ahead of Emily Jones, who's gotten in. Paul Young, Thomas Freeman. I think my iRacing's crashed at the same time as our broadcast directors has. I wonder how many people have been impacted by that, if it's just spectators. We'll load in, try to bring you up to date when we can. From Phillip Island, affecting multiple people. So we can only tell you what we know at this point, and that is technical issues from Phillip Island. Unaware at this point if it only affects SimSpeed TV or if it affects the race. David Haynes, Dean Hunt, Daniel Yeaman, unable to bring you any updates. At this time, we were heading towards the final stint of the race. We were perhaps heading towards a third safety car. with Bo Albert leading, Jared Philsell on much stronger strategy with fresher tyres, more fuel on board, heading towards a shorter final stop with his co-driver Brody Kostecki. They were best placed to be able to take this race.
Okay, so I've just found a stream of someone in the race, and we're currently under safety car. No surprise there. So we're not really missing a whole bunch.
Well, there's a silver lining there that the race is unaffected, but all TV cameras timing affected, and hopefully we can get things back going again before the racing does with the third safety car. Third time that safety car driver Dan Stevens will be called upon in the BMW M2 CS Racing. Every time I see a BMW M2 out on the road, I look at the brakes and I go, they work? Because everyone's complaint about that racing car is no brakes. You want a fun BMW M2 CS Racing fact?
Always.
The race car still uses the road car ignition system, so you need the key fob for the immobilizer. The BMW keychain fob is velcroed to the center console of the race car.
Agricultural.
So some teams electing to make another pit stop. I'm able to check timing once again. Anytime there's a safety car, if you're in the sort of tail 10 of the field, you lose almost nothing from pitting, and you get to top off your fuel. So we have Bo Albert leading from Jared Philsell, Rehan Leonage, Zachariah White, Brady Myers, Josh Anderson, William Morgan, Jordan Ross, Wayne Burke, Peter Vanderberg. It's our top 10 as another wave around procedure completes. That actually might get some cars that were 2 laps down back to the lead lap with consecutive safety cars. Drama on track, drama for our broadcast production. There are 37 laps to go from the Phillip Island 500. Critical lap number, we think, might be 33 to go. Is there someone at the tail of the field who's pitted under this safety car that thinks they can wish their way to the checkered flag? Scott Dixon, Danica Patrick, where are you? Anyone but Jamie Wincup. Rapidly approaching Hello Darkness, My Old Friend season as well. That was in my YouTube recommendations this week. So for the second time in quick succession, Bo Albert's going to have to restart the field at Phillip Island with Jared Philsell on his tail. And he goes earlier this time, before the safety car line, before the pit entry, before the apex of the final corner, and he does catch Jared Philsell a little unaware as he goes earlier than the others had anticipated. It stretches out the front of the field. 38 becomes 37 laps to go from Phillip Island. Single file all the way through the top 10. Jason Bentz moving around with Emily Jones trying to come back through the field. Race winner in this season of V8SCOPS. Emily Jones restarts 14th with a bit of work to do with a stint and a half left.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed where they are at the moment, given how they qualified so well, but still plenty of racing to happen.
There's Zach Rattray-White getting down the inside on Rehan Leonage for third. Eclipse move ahead of Phoenix. Turn 4 has been the site of so much action. It's a great overtaking opportunity, but you get it wrong, you're spearing into the side of another driver. And then the overlap heading into Siberia has also led to contact before your top 2 skating away. Jared Philsell will surely want the race lead before too long, even if he's fully aware of the strategy situation of the race leading 215. Needing another stop.
Yeah, no time to waste for Philsell, because the longer he waits, the closer and more under attack he's going to be.
Pacific Esports racing car of William Morgan losing a couple of spots. Jordan Ross in the Black Synergy car moves forward. Vermilion Fury car Wayne Burke moves forward. And the old tyres on the bomb squad are going to see them come under a little bit of pressure from the Fishy Mobile. Adam Briggs looks like he's got ahead of Bentz there. Full speed on the pit straight for the first time since the restart. 280 kilometers an hour. The inside belongs to Jason Bentz, but around the outside, Emily Jones will hold that position to have the inside for the Southern Loop. That is a super brave overtake, but it's what you've got to do now. Not many laps left from Phillip Island in the 500.
Superb move from Emily Jones there. Took advantage of Bentz getting a little bit out of sorts and trying to get past the car in front on the final corner. We stuck on the outside. And Jones just took major advantage of that. Great maneuver.
This looks like Ryan Jones and Paul Young. Jones looking to cut from around the outside into Siberia, having had the inside of turn 4. Jones into 16th and Alliance car 17th. Bo Albert has 0.2 of a second over Jared Philsell. The two of them have cleared 1.4 seconds over the rest of the field. And an inside move to MG. Late look. Jared Philsell will take that race lead back. Squeezes Bo Albert to a compromised line into the penultimate corner. The two are going to lean on each other a little bit. I think the grip, the tyre advantage really should belong to Philsell, but he's out in the grey. Bo Albert's got the inside. And he'll hold on to that race lead. Zach Rattray-White's going to have a mega run at the both of them. They're leading on each other door and door. The inside of turn 1 is going to belong to Jared Philsell. Around the outside, Bo Albert will try to carry speed into 1. Philsell's got him covered now, and it's brought Zach Rattray-White, Rehan Leonage, and Brady Myers into the battle. Oh, now he's wide through Southern Loop, out into the grey and the marbles. Albert's got his nose back down the inside. We're side by side once again. A wiggle from the tight line walks Bo Albert out into more door-to-door contact. Heading through the sweeping turn 3. They're neck and neck. Philsell will back himself to outbrake down the inside of the Miller hairpin, turn in late, escort Bo Albert out into the grey, who comes back into the door as Zach Rattray-White trying to come through into second place. Leonage can't follow through. Albert third place. Philsell leads for Lobs Esports. Eclipse Sim Sports come through into second. Great positioning and opportunism from Zach Rattray-White just there as well.
That was some fantastic racing. A great call, Dave. So, unfortunately for Bo Albert, just got caught out trying to hold on to something that he probably could have let it go 1 or 2 corners earlier and kept that second position for himself. But as we know, as race car drivers, we do not like to relinquish any position, let alone a race lead. So Philsell kept at it, got the move done. But yeah, Rattray right, very smart from him just to follow him through and see it coming from a while away that would be the case. But
Old
great
tyres
racing
are cork
from
in
all
the
of them.
bottle for 9th and 10th place. Pacific Esports Racing and Bomb Squad didn't stop with the last safety car, and they have got a train heading down the front straight. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Fishy Motorsports, Synergy Sim Racing, Trans-Tasman Emily Jones has been the one to watch. So much grip for that TTR Mustang, more than some of the cars in front. Jones is fighting back through the field. Southern Loop, Morgan leads them. It's traction off that second apex of Southern Loop, leading us towards turn 4. That is where you want to get your camera ready.
Very picturesque area, isn't it?
Here comes Jones, looking at Adam Briggs down the inside. Superior braking performance, just hooking the berm of the apex. And not only getting ahead of there, now going alongside the Bomb Squad, looking for around the outside of Siberia, looking to cross back on the old tyres of the South Africans. Not able to make the double overtake in 2 corners work, but MG, how about here? Gonna look to the right-hand side of the road. It's covered. Jones thinks better of it. Turn 1 could be the signature move for this TTR car.
Done it once, she can do it again. Really trying to claw back that great qualifying result that they had from the first batch of qualifying in the second slower half of the pre-qual times. Doesn't look like she has much of a run at the moment. Lots of draft in front, of course, as well. I'll be on the next lap.
So good under brakes though, so if the car's lacking a tiny bit in straight line speed, it's not missing in the braking zones, these curved braking zones, or can you almost get the nose underneath in the middle at turn 2? Not quite, but it demonstrates the places where Emily Jones is stronger in the braking zone, rolling the apex speed. So then if you're looking for a mistake in a straight line, rolling the apex speed through the sweeper. This is exciting stuff. 2.7 seconds separates the top 8, and then this is the 9th place on back battle. Just a bit of fresh air between the top 8 and the battle to be in the top 10.
Yes, it's all been very exciting around this sort of 10th and surrounding places, but at the moment, Phil sort of pulled away a bit from Rattray Right, but I think the real exciting battle for the rest of the race is going to be these sort of 3rd right through to 12th, I think 13th will be the ones to watch.
Myers and Anderson in 5th and 6th. Last lap, Anderson behind was just a tiny bit quicker. Whatever happened through the last pit stop phase, the number 36 Trans-Tasman Racing car did lose a couple of spots. It was sitting in a podium spot, but it ended up behind, obviously, Bo Albert in the Orbit Drop Air Jupiter car, but also behind their teammates and behind Phoenix Racing Team Rehan Leonage as well. Slightly long stop, but clearly has not hurt the car that is well placed. Track temp is way down as well, by the way. We're down to 24 degrees Celsius, so this is going to be so much grip to give you confidence, to give you commitment to maybe have a look for a move in all of the places that you can around Phillip Island here. Wayne Burke down the inside of Jordan Ross. Gap forming with that top 4 to this group. Interesting to see that despite the tyre age and the difference, Bo Albert is able to go with the leaders, but when it comes to the final stop, he's going to need to take at least 10 seconds more fuel, and that is costly. So if you can go with the leaders' pace, if you can open up a gap on the rest of the top 10, when that long pit stop comes, you can still end up in the top 10.
Peter Vanderberg just had a huge moment through Leaky Heights, big slide. No, it wasn't huge, but big slide for him. And then Jason Bentz almost took advantage of it, but have a look at that, the cork in the bottle now. Let's call back up to me.
We've reached the critical lap number, and we've got our first driver to take their final stop. Brenton Hobson's pulling out of the traffic 30 laps to go to take his final stop. That's a strategy call from the 88 that we haven't had anyone else react to just yet. 12th spot in the middle of this pack. Peter Vandenberg, South African driver, and his co-driver Darren Lobb. Bent's behind. Strong in the braking zone. But the concertina effect always makes the car behind look strong in the braking zone. Has to cover the inside of Siberia. Marble build-up is significant, but Bentz gets alongside, tries to pinch tight, still gets a little bit of the marbles on his right rear tyre, which compromises your drive off. So they're side by side here. Side by side behind Ryan Jones and Adam Briggs. Former teammates, question mark? Bomb Squad are going to lose a couple more. They've been diffused by DPR. They're about to get diffused by Synergy. The euphemism doesn't quite work. But around the outside of the penultimate corner, tiny bit of contact there. Adam Briggs thought he had that sealed and delivered, but he didn't quite.
That's just a classic case there of everyone tripping over each other when there's overtaking happening and trying to take advantage. So, seen some excellent racecraft for the whole race so far, and it's just another example of the guys being able to be aggressive but keeping it clean. It's really great to see.
So he's got pace at the moment. Wayne Burke in 7th. Looks like he's one of the fastest cars out there. Jordan Ross likewise going along with him.
Rapid Theft 73's just been given a drive through.
Brenton Hobson made his final stop last lap. So did Kiwi Sim Racing's Russell Pepperell. So you've got 2 cars out there, fuel to get to the end. Everyone else needs a pit stop of different lengths depending on whether they topped up under the safety cars or not. Drop Air Jupiter in 3rd did not. Most of the rest of the top 10 did. And what's our update on the penalties situation then?
Yeah, so there's been a few. So we've got 2 drive-through penalties being given out to the 427 and the 73, both for lap 73 incidents. And we've also got 2 5-second penalties for the 750 and the 26. Also lap 73 for 750, and looks like the 750's been involved in 2 incidents. One they've been penalised for, one they have not. And the 26 on lap 80. And it's been given a 5-second penalty as well. So a few slaps on the wrist, a couple of longer sentences.
29 laps to go, and there is another flurry of cars heading in. So Bomb Squad are in. Project 36, Jordan Mazzaroli are in. Project 36, Jamie Davis in. Thomas Freeman, One Performance Racing is in. So a lot of drivers' teams going, my tyres are a little bit old. If I can get to some clean air with new tyres, having made my final stop, there are a lot of situations that could bail me out if there's another safety car, or I can just plain undercut for position heading into this final stint. 29 laps to go from Phillip Island. Oh, drama's here! Orbit drop bear cars splayed everywhere as they try to pass Rapid Theft Esports. Is that the Bomb Squad with their new tyres? Hard to tell from the helicopter. No, it's one of the Flash Graphics cars. Over the top of Lukey Heights into MG, it's Orbit Drop Bear 3 in a row, but it won't be for too long. Summit Sim Sports, Kobe Jones is back in the car. Remember how strong he was, racing inside of the top 10 in the first stint. A couple of dramas befell them. They're trying to come back. Currently down in the 20-somethings. It says 26, but that'll update. Made a couple of passes on this lap. A couple of other cars heading for pit lane as well, now that they can make their final stop. Fishy Motorsports, Ken Latta, the 269 is in.
Yeah,
Here comes Kobe Jones, good slipstream. one. He rides heaps of the curb, trying to flow speed. Won't get by on the way in towards turn 2. So once you're not looking like you can overtake into turn 2, it's all about thinking 2 corners further ahead, the braking zone for 4, Miller Hairpin, formerly Honda.
So you've seen a few cars getting a little bit twitchy under throttle now. A lot of guys trying to push and get those positions. We saw just before someone nearly going off, but really critical part of the race here now is track position, so that when you do need to take that final stop, you're not going to be hindered on the way in. You can go full tilt.
Jones into 9th now, passing Pacific Esports Racing, who, full credit to them, they have gone all in on the retro liveries with Holden Racing Team, a bit of Gary Rogers, I think, definitely some old Dick Johnson Shell Helix liveries out there, looking good for a bit of a throwback round at Phillip Island ahead of V8SCOPS endurance season, rolling on to the SCOPS 1000 at the mountain. Fishy Motorsports' David Kirby comes in from inside of the top 15. Jared Philsell leading 6/10 over Zach Rattray White. Bo Albert 0.9 behind the leader. Rehan Leonard 1.77 behind the top 4 are streaking away. Joshua Anderson in 5th. Last lap, not able to close down any margin on the race leader.
Looks like Albert's been able to hold on to that P3 though, which is good, and right on the tail of P2 for Rattray White. So definitely not over between those two. Had that little squabble before. Philso and Albert were fighting over first, but this is where you might start to see potential for an undercut, or whether you're running long, are you banking on there being another safety car? I reckon there's a pretty high chance of there being another safety car. And so if I'm in a position where I get to choose if I want to go long, I'm going long. But some people aren't going to be at that luxury where they've got to risk it and go, well, I'm going to take new tyres and get past. Which I think Albert might be a bit more inclined to do, because I think he's got some pace on Rattray White, but just not quite enough to make a move just yet. But we'll see what happens there. But
Albert's car's also going to be 15 kilos lighter heading for that longer final stop. There's not much difference to the tyre age, but there is a bit of a difference in how much is in the bathtub. Oprah Winfrey in race control has been giving out time penalties. You get one, almost everyone gets one. I think there's almost been 10 to 15 penalties given, obviously around the 2 safety cars, around the safety car restarts. Things did get quite messy. Nose chopped off Kobe Jones a bit further in the field. He's trying to go around the outside. The Orbit Drop Bear teammates tried to engineer a switch into turn 1, but Jones was too close for it to happen comfortably, and he tried to gate crash the party and leave with a party bag. He's looking down the inside of MG from right underneath the rear bumper. He gets half the car up there. There's a lockup galore going on. Smoke in the air, smoke on the water. Can you go around the outside of Siberia? Or will you be left out in the cold? It's Lockhart Brownlee that he's battling wheel to wheel with. Mackenzie Stewart got ushered through and ahead. Chris Dale behind in the Frog Elite juiced car. Over Lukey Heights, squirrely. Now a dive to the inside of MG. Jones is going for it again. He gets to the apex, makes a little bit of door-to-door contact, but he wasn't wide off the line, so I reckon that's close enough to fair as far as how you race these cars.
Yeah, it's tough trying to attempt an outside pass around Siberia, because it is pretty hard to hold on to it out there. But if you do get that, you've obviously got the inside of the kink, which is arguably even harder to hold the outside of. So it's all just a game of chess at 200 k's an hour. Saw Chris Dale in jumping out of that battle pack to take his final stop as well.
Quick recap of who's made their final stop to get to the end and where they are running. Brenton Hobson, Synergy 88, is just ahead of One Performance Racing Thomas Freeman. And you've got a couple of other cars in the lane right now. Pepperell ought to do it. I think he's third of the cars fuel to get to the end, ahead of Ken Latter. So there's a group beginning to form about 50 seconds behind the race lead on the opposite side of the racetrack. That is a battle between cars that have made their final pit stops. Now here it is, Hobson. Just ahead of Freeman. This could yet be a battle for the top 10 if the tyre undercut is as powerful as I think. Rapid Theft Kevin Norman ahead, stopped 14 laps ago. He's not going to get to the end unless he gets out and pushes. You're going to get a couple more takers to the lane. They'll blend out pretty close to Hobson here. William Morgan's pitted from 10th. Adam Briggs is pitted from 11th. Fuel up, new tyres go on, whatever you need to get to the end. 23 more laps.
Still a long way to go. Obviously, you've got that whole pit stop to do. 23 more times around this circuit. 90-second laps. Still quite a fair bit of racing to do, and a lot can go right or wrong for you. So this is really obviously the critical end of the race. Everything you've worked for to get into the position now is going to pay off, and here comes Hobbo.
He pulls out of the slipstream, doing 281 kilometres an hour towards the apex of turn 1, slowing it down to about 195, and he gets ahead. This is the other side of the knife, is sure you get clean air for a little bit, you get your brand new fresh tyres earlier, you get to open your Christmas presents on the 24th. It does potentially put you in with a tiny bit more traffic like that. But the pace advantage means it doesn't look like he lost much of anything at all. Oh, that's sideways from the Vermilion Fury car. Wayne Burke battling with Brady Myers, and I think he's got him. So Anderson's moved ahead of Myers. Burke's moved ahead of Myers. Jordan Ross is just behind. The number 29 benefited really well from the last pit stop phase. That put them into the top 5 positions, but now the fastest drivers in for the final stint are really flexing their muscles.
Other car in the Evolution Racing 35, Lockie Capel at the wheel, just diving in the lane. So starting to see a few blinkers now. Jumping in.
Taking a peek at the stop time for Capel. Anything more than 10 seconds of fuel and you get 4 tyres free. 19 seconds for Capel is how much fuel he reckons he needs. So lap times equal with your top 3, a minute 33.2, minute 33.2, minute 33.2. There's Capel blending out just behind the other Synergy car. We've got a Rapid Theft. Capel in the 23rd outright is behind Hobson, behind Freeman. This is looking good for the Synergy 88, to be honest. Not necessarily, for the win or the podium, but to be back inside of that top 10 for sure. Bo Albert stops. It was about time. So that's from 3rd position.
And he will need to take a bit more fuel than everyone else has.
Yeah, he could be looking at more like a 25 to 30 second stop because he's made no stops under safety car. He's got to take that 3rd big drink of fuel. But with 23 laps to go, it's about 2/3 of a stint. So it should be 2/3 of 40 seconds, which is about 27 seconds. We had 2 safety cars. Take another 5 seconds of fuel off that. 24 for Bo Albert. Yeah. And it spells disaster for you at Sacrifice.
It'll be interesting.
Where does he blend compared to Hobbo? I think he's ahead of Hobbo, yeah. So even with that long stop, Bo Albert is now the highest running car fueled to get to the checkered flag.
Just waiting for one of these guys who are on the pretty default strategy at the moment, where they've done 17 laps to pit, so we can have a rough idea of where Albert might end up. Well, Van der Meulen took... Oh, no, never mind.
Ryan Jones in from the DPR Racing 11. We're eyes on Bo Albert. Could be a good lap here because, again, he's only had to take 2/3 of a tank of fuel. He's taken brand new tyres. Track temp's down at 24 Celsius. Right now is happy hour for setting a fastest lap of the race. And so with the new tyres, he's just completed his outlap and he begins a new flying lap. Kobe Jones has got a couple more cars he's aiming to dispose of, behind Mackenzie Stewart, having previously bombed down the inside of MG on his teammate. As the traction off Siberia, you could sense a move to the inside of MG coming again. He wipes his windscreen so he can have 20/20 vision, because he sees himself in 11th place.
Oh, I thought he was going to have a look then.
Well, here's one of the people on the strategy coming in that you wanted to know about. Rehan Leonage is in. Jordan Ross is as well. Should be quick stops for them. They'll be ahead of Bo Albert, no doubt. Oh, we're racing into pit entry now as well for Stewart and Jones.
Oh. Right on the limit of the braking there with Stewart, sorry.
No black
That's
flag,
one of the...
so just got away with it.
Yeah, that's one of the things with Phillip Island. I mentioned before, the pit lane entry is so narrow, and on any other track, of course, it's the same as you need to get in as fast as possible. But it's so narrow that if you overstep, you can get in some serious trouble. So these guys have done a lot of practice, I think, nailing that pit entry, because he can gain a fair bit of time on someone who hasn't put that work in.
Wayne Burke's up into 4th with some of the other pit callers. Rehan Leonage, the highest running driver to have stopped, now ahead of Bo Albert, Jordan Ross. More takers from our podium positions. Eclipse Sim Sports, Trans-Tasman Racing, Josh Anderson, Trans-Tasman Racing, Brady Myers, Trans-Tasman Racing, Emily Jones. It's a party on the pit lane as they look at 19 laps to go and a stop that will get them to the end. Leonage has gone for a tiny bit of an undercut relative to these drivers. So we see him flying onto the pit straight, 72 k's an hour in the lane, then trying to accelerate up to 280. You are still vulnerable all the way from the pit exit to about the apex of 1. On board with Zach Rattray White as he gets up to speed. He's ahead of Leonage.
That's obviously, still a few pit stops to go, but I would have thought that Rattray White's probably would have been a bit further down the road, but
Van der Meulen off strategy still needs to make one last stop. He's ahead of Brady Myers and Bo Albert. So Myers has blended out just ahead of Albert. And Van der Meulen gets right out of the way of that. Fastest lap of the race is still a 132 flat from the Lobs Esports 94. So we're not tearing down the timing at the moment just yet.
Wayne Burke coming in the lane now as well. It's a good mix of pit strategies now. It's really shaking things up a bit.
Lee Jones out of pit lane ahead of Brenton Hobson. Really important. So that two group of cars there, Hobson and Freeman, who at one point were our leading cars to have stopped, came to the lane super early. You're seeing where they shake out. Their tyres now 12 laps old on the Synergy 88. Burke, Orbit Drop Bear Neptune, Synergy Sim Racing 777 with Michael Taliancic. We're only two cars up front yet to make their final stop. And there we go. There's a new fastest lap of the race into the 131s for the first time in the race. Rehan Leonage has fired up those tyres. Something special for this final stint.
Yeah, the boy wonder laying down a fast lap. Burke's just got past Albert as well.
Yeah, there it is. Outlap from Burke. Albert stopped 4 laps ago. Burke will just look to settle in and hold on to this one as we wait on the pit stop from our race-leading Lobs esports car. Brody Kostecki started the race in 10th, moved forward to the lead of the race in the first stint. Wayne is just helping collect for the hay sheds. Bail that up. And the leaders who've led most of the way, except around some of the pit stop windows and the safety cars. They've got one last stop to make that they are saving until very, very late. Zach Rattray White is 37 seconds behind the lead as the highest running car to have made their final stop. He's got those fresh tyres on. He was a second quicker than Phil Sell last lap. That's the new tyres. This is the margin. The undercut for Rattray White. You can't let this go on for too long, despite the pace in hand that Phil Sell's got when scores are level.
I think it'll be close.
Remember that Rattray White sat in a fuel-saving slipstreaming position a whole lot of the last stint as well. So they've been very efficient in this 094, but they have been out front. Rattray White might have been able to quick fuel that thing a little bit. So this lap, again, low 33s from Phil Sell. Expect that everyone on their new tyres will be capable of low 32s for a couple of laps at least. Fastest lap of the race could fall again. Here's Rattray White. The biggest threat to Lobs Esports is the Eclipse Sim Sports 17 and Phoenix Racing Team 79 just in behind. Leonage has the fastest lap of the race for the minute. That one just fell away a tiny bit, while Rattray White stayed in the low 32s, took another whole second out of the race leader. So two laps in a row, taking more than 1 second on the undercut.
Yeah, and I think if you feel so now, you've got to be looking at that thinking, yeah, I better get some new boots on, because Zach is coming and he's going to be ready to pounce as soon as he's out of that lane. So the sooner we can get in and get some new boots on, I think the safer he'll be.
Bradley Ratu resets the fastest lap of the race. If you're on new tyres, light fuel, picking up a slipstream, it's happy hour. Just a couple of other cars other than your race leader that need to make a final stop. Rapid Theft Racing 84 in second place. It started from 45th and last on the grid. Leader is in, and Sean Vandermeulen will have to go there as well for Evolution Racing Team. Rapid Theft 81 also needs a pit stop, so some of these Rapid Theft cars have stayed out super late. But what's the time like for Phil Sell? If this is a long stop, he could be under pressure, but if they've been managing their fuel and they're counting the 15 to go, and they just got to put half a tank in. 20 seconds might still be the pit stop time if they've got to add half a tank. Oh, they add a little bit less. Phillip is rolling in the lane from the 10th pit stall. He's getting up to speed. But here, for the race lead, comes Zach Rattray White. At speed, the undercut has worked. Eclipse Sim Sports take the net race lead away from Lobs Esports with a powerful 4-lap undercut.
Fantastic work from ZRW, and it's a testament to what you said before. He planned it from a stint ago, saving fuel, getting in himself in a position to be able to take advantage of any opportunities that arise. And here he is now in the net race lead. Once Pickett's in, it's his.
So for Jared Phillip, what he's got is 15 overs left in the day to take a couple of wickets, and he's just given himself a new pink ball under lights. That's the battle for the race win to kick off V8SCOPS endurance season at the Phillip Island 500. We have a battle on our hands. Zach Rattray White will give himself a very wide Camaro, but for all of that brand new sticky tyre goodness that Zach Rattray White has had, Jared Phillip now has it too. Things could get exciting all through the rest of the field as well. Kurt Stenberg 21st, Tosarono has gotten in for the final stint in 34.
The 88 machine's put itself in a pretty good spot, all things considered.
Yeah, we've seen how good the undercut's been at these final pit stops, but it means there's a lot of race still to go on some old tyres for Brenton Hobson. Now in 11th, his tyres are 17 laps old. Ryan Jones back there with 7-lap old tyres. A tiny bit further back, Bradley Ratu, who took the fastest lap of the race, has got 4-lap old tyres. Jared Phillip, his new tyres. They are working a treat. Question is, can he find a way to get past? Once they were up to speed after the pit stop, he was about a second back. He's closed 8/10 of that so far. He's on his first flying lap with new boots through the hay sheds to Lukey Heights. Closes up towards underneath the rear wing of Zach Rattray White. Not too much traffic to worry about just yet for Rattray White. 1 car width defensive to the inside of MG. He's just going to try to park Phillip every opportunity through these first couple of corners. Phillip's a really wise racer. He's got everything at his disposal to take that race lead back. Drops a tiny bit through the final corner. Gets a good line to get a good exit. Rattray White's going to slipstream off Jack Pickett up front though. That could just protect him. The traffic could protect him into turn 1. Phillip can't get close enough here. It's shoe on the other foot stuff between these two though, because everything that Zach Rattray White had to get the race lead, Phillip now has to take it back. Off Southern Loop, again complicated by Rapid Theft Racing, who haven't stopped yet, just up front. Rattray White, where does he position himself? Well, he's positioning himself to try to take the race lead away from Pickett, more than to try to defend himself from Phillip. He's sandwiched in a super compromised position behind a car on old tyres that has no obligation to let him through, but strategically isn't in this race. That's Jared Phillip in the sweet spot of a new set of tyres and looking for a Phillip Island 500 win.
Yeah, bit of unlucky there for Rattray White to get stuck in this train behind Pickett, but he's probably going to need to clear him or hope Pickett pits on this lap. Otherwise, defensive, and there goes a move.
Kind of saves him that he can bomb to the inside there of the lap down car. And it takes an opportunity away from Phillip because it takes the inside line away and it takes the outside line away. But now the inside line of the final corner, great exit off the penultimate corner. Phillip to the inside to make it a drag race down the front straight. They're going to cross the start-finish line neck and neck, dead even, 12 to go towards turn 1. Phil Sell in green on the outside. Zach Rattray White in silver and red on the inside of turn 1, bombs in deep. Goes wide, but keeps his nose in front. Gets the preferred line for Southern Loop. It's so dirty around the outside there. It's marbles and marbles and marbles as Rattray White parks Phil Sell. They're battling, letting Rehan Leonage get close, letting Josh Anderson get close. The longer this goes on, the more it becomes a three-way fight to hold the inside for Miller Corner. Zach Rattray White's got to break so deep to protect his racing line. Phil Sell around the outside in the dirty part of the racetrack again. No traction. Rehan Leonage gets up into third ahead of Jack Pickett, but copped a little bit of contact as he went through. Josh Anderson also following. Now here we are off Siberia, sideways with one drive wheel in the dirt from Jared Phil Sell. That compromises him. And this can't go on for 12 more laps, surely.
I, for one, would certainly enjoy watching this for 12 more laps. But
my heart rate can't take it.
ZRW.
The inside of MG, a late dive from Phil Sell. He goes in wide and he gets clear. He takes the race lead. Rattray White has no defense to take back the race lead. Leonage only 8/10 behind them now as well. He's got his nose in the clean air. How's the slipstream on the front straight with a 4-lap tyre offset? Is Zach Rattray White out of this? Josh Anderson's got a problem with Jack Pickett back in third and fourth. They're trading that spot with Pickett. He's not going to make it to the end without another stop, but he's racing them like he can. It's cost Josh Anderson a chance to be part of this leading battle. It's put him back into the grips of Wayne Burke as well. No chance for Rattray White to take the race lead. Pickett kind of has every right to fight here, but it's not going to get him anything to do so.
Probably actually going to hurt him because he'll be losing time trying to hold these guys off. I think if I'm him, I'm probably just going to pit and get out of the way and get back into my own race.
8th, 9th and 10th, Bo Albert has ended up ahead of Jordan Ross and Emily Jones. So you've got three-car fights inside of the top 10, about to be 10 laps to go. Anderson's still behind Pickett. That's going to be a tough one. This is proving super costly for both of these drivers. They were 1 second behind the race lead, and now they're 4 seconds behind. Anderson gets down the inside of MG on the 84. Wayne Burke says, I'll join that queue, please. And eventually they both get by, but it took them 2-3 more laps longer than they wanted to. And then Pickett comes in to make his final stop. 10 laps to go. Phil Sell's got 7/10 on Zach Rattray White. Stretching his legs. Rattray White might have used up the best of the tyres early. Rehan Leonage could still fight for that second position. Anderson through into fourth. Wayne Burke fifth. Brady Myers in a tiny bit of no man's land in sixth. Bo Albert is going to need to defend 7th place. Go. Emily Jones has been a star in these last 1.5 stints. Some really dazzling moves like around the outside of turn 1. If she's going to get past Jordan Ross, it looks like it could be a little bit simpler in the big braking zone into turn 4 to put the nose of the Mustang down the inside and take 8th position.
Great positioning of the car on the exit of the corner there to cut off any sort of idea of an over-under. So beautiful racecraft, and as you said, put in some mega work to get this car back into a top 10 position. Now up to 8th after falling down the order pretty early in the race. So props to Jones.
That's endurance season, endurance racing, isn't it? You've got 2 drivers. They've both got to be on their game. You've got to play the strategy well if you want to get back into the race. So it all hinges around driver pace, driver combination, strategy, tyre life, weather conditions. And Brenton Hobson is back inside of the top 10. This car started from 20... No, I'm reading that incorrectly. This car started 8th. Still been able to hold Thomas Freeman behind for the better part of the last 19 laps. But Briggs is coming on newer tyres. Ryan Jones is coming on newer tyres to be inside of the top 10. Oh, What's going on here? Burke has lost a lot of time. Did he get ordered to redress with Brady Myers, or is there a problem for 890? Last lap was a 3.5 second time loss. Someone was being told to redress, and I didn't hear if it was the 290 car or the 890 car, and it sure looks like the 890 car. Graham Leonard in third has had some problems with someone. Back into the fight here. So after the redress, Burke's like, well, I'll get that back, thank you. Okay. 8 to go for Lobs Esports, Jared Phillip. Zach Rattray White, second place, has been trading lap times back and forth with Rehan Leonage. I thought Leonage was going to be able to close back in, but then Rattray White stabilised again after the battling that he had with Phillip. Ratu and Capel. That's Capel losing a bit of time, is it? Sure is. Ratu's got the newer tyres of the combination. Oh, here we go. Ryan Mueller versus Kurt Stenberg. Stenberg is back in the 19th, sharing with Andre Heimgartner. Ryan Mueller's Pacific Esports Racing goes ahead. Normally used to seeing that car with a big Pelican on the side. Now it's like a Lion Pelican. 34's got a problem. They've got to slow down. They've got the track. They've lost 3 positions. Tao Sorono, still has problems. What's gone on? We've been off the road at turn 4. Go. So the orbit drop there. Mackenzie Stewart, I think. Massive rear locking before anyone even got into him. Sorono's had a big off, spun to the inside of Miller, and as he's gotten going, he has therefore lost 4 or 5. I think it ended up being 6 positions, unfortunately, for Tao Sorono.
That's a tough one. Very easy to do. We've seen a couple of drivers make a similar mistake. We saw someone shatter their gearbox doing that, but such a heavy braking zone under pressure. It's when you go that little bit further on the pedal, when you're not trying to pull it up earlier, there's a certain limit, and he's obviously gone past that.
O'Reilly looking for the inside. Not much of a throwback if it's just straight up this year's Matt Stone Racing livery on the Michael Whiting Fishy Motorsports.
Gave that spot up a little bit easier than I thought he would. Didn't put up too much of a fight. It's a nice livery though. Still very creative.
Embarrassing if I got MSR and Team 18 to get mixed up. I can never tell them apart. Like I can never tell Maya Shank Racing from Rahal Letterman Lanigan in IndyCar. Just sort of same vibes to me. 6 laps to go. Getting towards the end of this one. Sun's getting low in the sky. Past 5 p.m. local time. Track cooling off, getting darker out there. And this has been an enthralling, if not occasionally chaotic, race to kick off endurance season of V8SCOPS in 2025, with the big one at the mountain still to come. We're looking at racecraft simulations come from a long way back into turn 4. Oh, tiny hint of contact at a couple of points going through the corner there. Brian Borg now on board, driving with Jason Bentz, trying to take spot away from Michael Angus. Jacob O'Reilly, who we know can be quick, has closed in behind them as well. Michael Whiting for Fishy Motorsports as well. 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th. These are drivers that could have been in the top 15 if circumstances had been different, particularly for O'Reilly. And actually, it was Bentz, Borg, O'Reilly and Teo Sorono that battled for the win of the broadcast split of the iRacing Bathurst 1000 last night, and they are reunited here in the V8SCOPS Phillip Island 500.
I reckon they're probably feeling it a little bit now. Double up for the weekend. Arms might be getting a bit heavy at this point.
Yeah, knees weak with 1,500 kilometres of racing under the belts of the pairings. Jones has closed in Albert. And over those last 3 laps, by enough, someone's got a drama out there. What are we hearing? Oh dear, for the 73, Jared Farrell. Yellow light flashing is a bad sign. That means no go, no drive. Car is cactus. That's a long way out from turn 4. Yeah, that's by the break in the wall, past the grass, the gravel trap and the grass again by the break in the wall. No safety car, but Jared Farrell and Rapid Theft Esports 73 probably won't be back in this race with 5 to go. Phil Sell crosses the start-finish line for 4 to go.
It's a long way away from the racetrack there. I wonder exactly what happened, because even if he's had a spin on his own, I feel like that's a pretty long way to end up off the track, unless he's made some sort of real critical error. A bit wide there.
Hobbo is going to lose that top 10. Adam Freeman goes through. Adam Briggs goes through. Adam Briggs goes through. Brendan Hobson goes back to 12th place. Now, Emily Jones, we've seen maybe struggle with straight line speed, however they've set up that car, but be really brave through the corners, be very strong under brakes. Bo Albert should be just a little bit fearful for 7th place.
Yeah, Jones is all over the back of him. So
we'll see what happened to Farrell. So that's exiting Southern Loop. It's going to be the downshifts. Let's listen. Too early for 3rd gear. Always just the second downshift too early. And then that was no more, no longer. Willie Jones has just had a moment. Dropped a couple tenths further back behind Bo Albert. Which is the highest battle on track at the moment. Exiting the final corner, where Bo Albert led us to the safety car restart twice in this race. Jones has the margin go in a straight line. Not great. What does our graphics have Emily Jones' last pit stop time? Was it a bit short? Well, I can't tell you. I'm still in. Don't know how Dean Hunt is going, but the TV cameras have been attacked by penguins, geese, and interstate tourists.
I've still got a view from my comp box. So
same.
Not the same issue as last time.
I think the penguins are local, but the Cape Barren geese are blow-ins to this part of the world.
Literally.
Yes. 2.5 laps to go for the race leader, Lobs Esports, 094. They have a
Cody
2
Jones, Lockie Capel just came together.
They have 15th and 16th place.
Okay. Radio mode. Looks like Capel just tried to... Oh, he didn't even try to have a move. I think he just sort of outbraked himself and had to put it down the inside. But they've redressed and haven't lost any further places.
Jared Philsell crosses the start-finish line to begin 2 laps to go. He's got a 2-second lead over Zach Rattray-White. And then Rehan Leonage is in 3rd position for Phoenix Racing Team. Trans-Tasman Racing's Joshua Anderson is in 4th. Vermilion Fury Wayne Burke back into 5th. Ahead of Brady Myers, Bo Albert, Emily Jones. The other battles are over 10th, 11th, and 12th. One Performance Racing and Adam Briggs, who got ahead of Brenton Hobson. Briggs has still got a little bit more tyre pace and advantage to give, so he can still get the Synergy Sim Racing 072 into the top 10, the red and blue Synergy car. There's a black one out there, a green one out there. And we will start the final lap of the Phillip Island 500 with the control of Jared Philsell. Just a 1-2 punch of supreme racing speed from Jared Philsell and Brody Kostecki. Never a weak moment, never unsure of the strategy that they wanted to run. Through Southern Loop for the final time, they keep that 2-second race lead. The podium currently just status quo on this final lap.
It's been a completely flawless run from Philsell and Kostecki. Didn't get it done in qualifying, but certainly made up for it with the race pace and racecraft and strategy. They've pretty much ticked all boxes in the actual race itself. So fantastic effort from them, and they will be rewarded with a win.
The only thing going begging today is the fastest lap of the race, which looks like it will go the way of Bradley Ratsu last time I saw. A 131.941, just eclipsing Rehan Leonage's 131.946. In the co-driver season, it takes 2 to carry the weight if you want to finish up top. Brody Kostecki racing this car to the front at the start of the race. Jared Philsell carrying on his good work and passing Zach Rattray-White in the final stint. From Phillip Island, Lobs Esports 94 kick-off endurance season with a stunning, dominant win. Eclipse Sim Sports and Phoenix Racing on the podium behind them. An amazing endurance race. You will never accuse Eclipse Sim Sports and Zach Rattray-White of not giving their all, but they just came up that fractional short against a car, a team, and a driving combination that was supreme today. Fuel for some donuts? Yeah, there's fuel for some donuts. Philsell's going to burn it down. Kurt Stenberg will come home just ahead of Mackenzie Stewart.
Little snakies in the back of
Oh, here we go. Oh. Poynton trying to cross over Mazzaroli. Does Mazzaroli have the fuel to hold the position for the checkered flag? He does. Hold on to 28 there to Mark Poynton in 29th. Gee, a few of these Project 36 cars just look a tiny bit short on fuel at the ends. Darren Lobb ends up behind Jaden Green. Phase 4 Bandit Alliance just behind them as well. On the lead lap, looks like 36 cars Orbit Drop Bear Mars might be the last. Rapid Theft Racing 81 a lap down.
The race really did have everything, didn't it? Shake-up strategy, a few major incidents.
Lap 1
Far from the
safety
back for
car,
the win.
2 other safety cars, a couple of broadcast technical issues, 2 Repco Supercars Championship drivers, and a battle on split strategies for the win in the final stint. Lobs Esports coming out ahead, Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki from Eclipse Sim Sports 17, Phoenix Racing Team HRS 79, Trans-Tasman Racing 36, Vermilion Fury 890, Trans-Tasman Racing, Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, Trans-Tasman Racing with Emily Jones, Synergy Sim Racing, and One Performance Racing as the top 10. Biggest mover inside of the top 10. Almost a tie between One Performance Racing from 20... Oh no, way deeper on the grid to 10th, but 10th on the grid to 1st for Lobs Esports. Synergy Sim Racing 072, Synergy Sim Racing 88, Circulators Inc. by DPR 11th, Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics Kobe Jones 25th, Evolution Racing Team 35, Synergy Sim Racing 777, Pacific Esports Racing 553, Trans-Tasman Racing 47, Orbit Drop Bear Mercury, Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation 750 in 20th place of the 45 cars. Bradley Ratu in 21st place gets the consolation prize of the fastest lap of the race with a 1:31.941. Racecraft Simulations, Brian Borg 22nd, Fishy Motorsports 205, Vermilion Fury, and then Vermilion Fury 222 and 34. Fishy Sim Sports, HIR Team Jinx Shifters, Project 36, Frog Leap Juiced Racing, and Rapid Theft Esports 30th place. Last group of cars on the lead lap was Evolution Racing Team, Project 36, Bomb Squad, Phase BAR, Fishy Motorsports, and Orbit Drop Bear Mars. Rapid Theft Esports 81, 1 lap down. Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation Matthew Pluck 4 laps down, and towing with a blown motor on the first lap of the race, the first safety car, HAR Team Jinx Shifters 209, got back out there, stuck around, collected 1 or 2 waiver rounds to end up 4 laps down in 39th place. That's a tough day, but a persistent day in the office. Rapid Theft Racing, Kevin Norman, a late engine failure. Phoenix Racing Team also in the damage early in the race. 41 laps down for Evolution Racing Team 543, 47 laps down for 280 that brought out the second safety car of the race when their engine went bang on a downshift. And Optune and Project C2 were retirements. No laps completed for Project C2. 500 kilometers of Phillip Island is a big day of racing, and our drivers are going to come by to have a chat. Hopefully our podium come step by. One moment as I go and gather 3rd place. Do we have anyone from 3rd place? Stand by as we get to the podium. So from 2nd place, Zach Rattray White joins us. How's your heart rate in that final stint? All to play for.
Yeah, it was all right. It calmed down after the battle finished. It's kind of just cruised to the finish after that. Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy.
And what's the grade on the scorecard for your co-driver, James Scott?
Solid A, I reckon. Considering he got a bit stuck in traffic and didn't get any laps in practice. The only laps he got on that setup was in the warm up before the race. So considering that, he did a phenomenal job.
Retro round for the 500. You guys have rolled out a really breathtaking, attention-grabbing scheme. Is that that's a bit of excitement for you guys here?
Yeah. I figured the Eclipse logo went alright with the Vodafone one. So yeah, we obviously made the pink part of the scheme as well. So yeah, I think it looks right.
And as we head towards the 1000, we've all shaken off a little bit of maybe the nerves, and maybe you've learnt something that between yourself and your teammates can put you in good stead when we head to the mountain.
Yeah, I think we probably did a bit better than what I thought we weren't going to do as good tonight. But I feel like we can roll out strong every round, but obviously it's quite clear that the Lobs cars and even the TTR cars are very strong. So it's never an easy race. It always seems to be an uphill battle. So as long as we can get something consistent that's at least somewhat fast, I think we have at least a chance at getting some solid points. And yeah, hopefully we can just keep it out of the wall. I think that's the main objective.
Yeah, we've seen across 500 kilometers that anything can happen with traffic, safety cars, unexpected failures, and the way that you play out your strategy. So when we double it and go to the mountain, you guys have got to think that as long as you're in it, you can win it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We just got to turn up and do what we can, even if we aren't exactly the quickest on track. We just got to, capitalize on what we got.
And congratulations to you, the team, and your co-driver on the podium. Anyone you'd like to thank while you got the opportunity?
Yeah, just thanks to James for giving me a chance at in co-driving with me. Yeah, last year it was kind of a thing where you kind of just not idolized him, but you kind of just saw him as one of the top guys. So it's pretty cool to be co-driving with him this year.
We'll see you next time out. Well done. Rest up.
Thank you.
We can get to our race winners next. Jared Philsell and Brody Kostecki from Lobs Esports, the race winners, join us, and both of you with a great contribution to today's results. Brody, starting out at 10th, you muscled your way forward, and that then really put Jared in a great spot in the back half.
Yeah, definitely didn't qualify too well, but race car was pretty good, so I just want to thank everyone at Lobs Esports for putting on all the hard work, and it's good to see it all pays off.
And at the 500 here, Jared, we love to see a retro livery. There's some other great ones out there, but you guys have rolled out this beautiful green machine.
Yeah, a little bit of a off the whim kind of livery, just ripped it straight from Trading Paints. Yeah, I didn't think there was any risk of going through any trees here, so it was fitting to run it for here, so that's all good.
Yeah, the trees are a long way back from the racing surface, thank goodness. We had that perhaps awkwardly timed third safety car. You had Bo Albert in front of you, then you had Zach Rattray White undercut you guys. But did you just have faith in the car pace and your own strategy?
Yeah, the overcut proved quite powerful here. You give up a bit of track position, but the long run at the end of the stint is beneficial to have the youngest tyres, given this track is quite harsh on them. So it was a little bit of an unknown, given it was so cool and cooling off, whether it would actually yield a gain or not. It definitely would have in the first part of the race, but no, it proved it all fell into our lap, luckily, and we had a bit of a battle too, which was fun.
Yeah, certainly an entertaining 500Ks for you guys. Brody, we're going to head on to a big couple of weeks of racing for you. This surely is a great way to start.
Yeah, it's always good. I've had pretty good success in Enduros on here, teaming up with Jared, and yeah, it's just all trying to, I guess, keep yourself sharp heading into the real one. So it's always good to team up with Jared. He always does a good job, and yeah, it's just good for the Lobs boys. I think we've got like a 99% win rate in this car, so it's been really good for us.
Jared, congratulations to you again as well. Thank you for joining us. You guys have peppered in some of the thanks and the shout outs, but if you've got any more to deliver here on SimSpeed TV as we wrap up from Phillip Island, love to hear them.
Yeah, just would like to thank my mum for the hot dogs.
I'd just like to thank all the boys at Lobs. They've put the work in the background, and it's paying dividends for all of us. We've all shared the spoils and the wins this year, so we're heading in the right direction. Yeah, just like to thank all the guys for putting in the hard work in the background.
It's the race win, it's the most laps led, it's the cookies at the end. The only thing you're missing is that pole and that fastest lap. Just keep that in mind for when we see you guys next. Thanks so much for coming by and chatting.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome to hear from our race winners. And they had to work for it today in V8SCOPS Phillip Island 500, muscling their way through the fields in those opening stints, staying true to their strategy, and just a couple of surprises with the strategy and the safety cars in the end. But when it came to making the most out of the tyres, they had it. Apparently, we can find third place. Madison Down and Rayhan Leonage have come by. Madison, you started the car. What's sort of your thoughts around driver strategy, drive time? It just seemed split in half for a lot of the top teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ours was actually decided a fair bit outside the car with some events. So for me personally, my wife and I have got a baby due literally today. So we were very unknown on whether we were going to be even on the grid today. So thankfully, that's, I guess, an extra formation lap has taken place in the real world, and it enabled me to be here. But we just wanted to take the lowest risk option that I could get my minimum laps out of the way and hit if we needed to. So that was our thought process, but obviously it all worked out and we managed to run the strategy as the best way we could. But it's easy when you got a double A combination, like, you know, Rayhan and I are very similar speed, and really it didn't matter who was in the car when.
And Rayhan, that seems to be the story of the driver combinations up front here. A couple of like super teams coming together, some drivers, you know, coming across to wear a livery that they don't normally.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, go ahead, Rayhan.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of strong pairings, a lot of, you know, people using other liveries and stuff, obviously, but I think it's making for some really good racing.
And from your perspective today, Rayhan, what did you experience as far as, you know, car balance across the stints, the length of the stints with that shortened fuel tank strategy, etc., traffic perhaps a bit?
Yeah, well, for me, I was expecting to have to baby the tires a little bit, but then ended up having two safety cars not far apart, so I ended up having mostly sprinting stints. Car felt very good. I think there's still a bit we can do to work on the setup and my driving, but yeah, otherwise pace was really good. A little bit of traffic here and there, but I think most of it was most people were pretty good and was dealt with pretty well. Yeah.
Now, since we've had these Gen 3 supercars on iRacing, Madison, only recently, you know, for this season of the endurance and then across all of the other leagues, they've tweaked them a little bit, a couple tiny changes. We've got pit stop adjustments now. Is that something that people are likely to do a lot of in these 500 and 1,000 kilometer races?
I mean, it's a nice option to have there, but due to the fact it takes a little bit longer in the pit stop times, I think the car would have to be pretty outside the window to see those changes being made. But I mean, everyone seems to be working this car out more and more and more, and obviously that makes a lot of sense. At the start with this car, we saw a few bigger margins, but those margins are reducing in the field, and you get races like what we had today, where the whole field's only separated by mostly about half a second in pace throughout that race. So, yeah, it's exciting for the next few Enduros, and hopefully we can finish on the podium again.
Be very interesting to see how that goes for you, and of course, all the best to you and your lady, Madison, and we'll see you guys around. If you've got any other shout outs, thanks to give, love to hear them.
Yeah, thank you for that. Means a lot, and obviously we'll be back in the next one. Massive thanks to Rayhan for having me alongside him, and to Phoenix Racing Team for their efforts. HRS obviously on their car, getting it done, but also everyone at Trans Tasman Racing. Obviously, I'm fish out of water there, driving in a different car to normal, but still working together with my team. So massive thanks to everyone at TTR for the hard work.
Yep, and I'd also like to thank Mads for the hard work. Had to do a lot of communicating to make sure that we could make the grid and do the best we could. Thanks to Dad for help with the setup and the strategy. Guys in TTR as well, and then I'd like to thank Hybrid Race Simulations, Melbourne Hydrographics Depot, Aramex Heatherton, DHF Tyres, RSW Graphics, Bubbles and Balloons, and Phoenix Drive Development, and you guys for broadcasting.
Thanks a lot. Looking forward to the SCOPS 1000 at the mountain next. Whole podium able to join us after the Phillip Island 500. Congratulations again go to Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell, winners in the Lobs Esports 94. Thus begins V8SCOPS Enduro season, and it's a big one next. We've got a 250 kilometer support category. We've got qualifying and the shootout on Saturday the 18th of October, all ahead of a big Sunday 1000 Ks from Mount Panorama. V8SCOPS great race on Sunday the 19th of October. Do hope you'll join us then. From Phillip Island, I've been David Haynes with Dean Hunt, Daniel Yeaman in production for another great round of V8SCOPS.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.